sorry, I'm getting my second screen set up. Oh, that's not what I want. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Midwestern Mark stream. Nobody's in here yet, but they will be soon.
Talking into
We
the
got.
void.
That's my daily. Just shouting at brick walls, hoping something will happen. That's actually the metaphor I usually use for utopianism. It's kind of like shouting like at a brick wall that you want a Ferrari. Like, it's nice, I want a Ferrari too, but doesn't mean I know how to get a Ferrari.
True. That's a good analogy. I like that. The Socialism, Utopian, and Scientific has become my favorite book because everyone in the United States thinks that communism is when we create a utopia tomorrow. And it's like, no. Look at all these debates I've had on Twitter with anarchists. Don't you know that communism is materialist?
It's weird. It's like even a lot of people that tell me they're Marxists, they have this sort of what I've started calling new utopianism to them, where they think that Marxism is just another flavor of utopianism, where you have to do X, Y, and Z, and if you don't, it's not real socialism, right? Rather than the actual unfolding of history, which is what Marx meant, you know? That's sort of the video you did on reacting to the Irish guy on campism. That was his whole point, was that no, imperialism is this picture, socialism is that picture, and it's all utopianism all the way down.
And idealism. Yeah, it's interesting because Marx, I also think it's utopianism the way that Western Marxists analyze existing socialism and dismiss everything as, not real socialism and as authoritarian. And it's like, read what Marx said about the Paris Commune, right? He's analyzing this workers' uprising so closely, and he's, criticizing, but also saying, this is what we can do better next time, is his purpose in criticizing them. But he's saying they need to consolidate power, and they need to consolidate support of the people, and they need to establish a dictatorship of the proletariat. So he's saying, basically he's saying they need to be more authoritarian. But the main point is that he's analyzing this workers' uprising so closely. And, I was reading Stalin today. He did the same thing, analyzing what the strategy and tactics were for the Bolsheviks at every stage of the revolution versus the other relevant parties, and how the parties related to the relevant classes of people. And he's analyzing it so closely. And now today in 2022, we have so many, revolutions that we can study, so many examples of socialism being established in socialist construction. And so much theory that's come out of these countries. And, when you read their theory, it's so obvious that they're learning from each other. The China was saying this is what the Soviets did with their agriculture and their industry. So here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll change. Here's what we'll try and do better. And when you just dismiss all these countries as not real socialism and swallow this CIA propaganda whole, you're missing out on that debate. And you're missing out on that rich theoretical discussion, and it's just going to leave you miles and miles behind and on the wrong side of the primary contradiction in the world right now, which is capitalist imperialism.
I think at its heart, it's this bourgeois ideology that, learning Marxism teaches us that it's the ruling class of any society whose ideology is dominant. Right, so it's in the USA here. It's a sort of liberal empiricism, and it's a scientific way of thinking, but not one that takes motion into account, that really tries to get at how history happens. And it still fundamentally believes that ideas come first. Ideas are primary. If you have a good idea, you will that into existence through whatever means you can, and good things happen. Or you have a bad idea and bad things happen. And that's what, I mean, that's why you have a lot of people who want to be communists sort of accidentally alienating the entire working class, who are the revolutionary subject. And learning Marxism can help us see that, right? But they say that, oh, this working class, they don't have the same ideas I do, right? So, well, forget about them, right? We're just gonna wait for the third world, or it'll only be the people who have ideas that maybe I consider okay or I agree with on X, Y, and Z. Maybe they still like capitalism, but that puts you into this sort of phase where you're subsumed by a greater power and you dance into right opportunism that way, right? So you end up just saying, oh, yes, liberals, you're right about X, Y, and Z. Good job. Where does that get us on the road to revolution?
You're absolutely right, and as you both know, I've been working in my personal work through the concept of the purity fetish as a way of thinking. What are the sort of philosophical grounds that allow people to make these political mistakes? And I think it is, like you mentioned, Eddie, a form of idealism, because it tries to measure reality to this pure conception of socialism that's not just pure, but it's fetishized, right? Which means that it's completely disconnected from reality and held statically. That's why I used both words, purity fetish. Like, they're obsessed with this pure, static, disconnected idea of socialism. And if they don't see it absolutely at play in the places that are struggling for socialism, they completely reject it. And you mentioned the Paris Commune. There's something interesting that happens, because 6 months before the Commune, Marx is against it. He's not necessarily against it, but he's saying that,
They're not ready.
They're not ready, right? But then people are in motion, and he changes and he says, okay, let's do this. And even some of the criticisms that he provides during the end of at the end of the Commune was that we should have gone further. We shouldn't have laid down arms early enough, right? So when he sees people in motion, he supports it, right? There's an article that Lenin does where he compares the analysis that Marx has of the Paris Commune to the analysis of Plekhanov when the Russian workers grab arms. And he's like, it's the complete opposite. Plekhanov said from the start, you should grab arms, you should do this, completely support. And then when people do it and things get tough and don't end up how they expected it to end up, he says we should have never grabbed arms. And he begins to reject the movement of the workers. And he's like, no, that's the opposite of what Marx did. But these are all like, I think that I'm not an Althuserian. I don't agree with Althusser, but I think there's something about the way that he formulated Marxism that's correct, which is that Marxism presents a whole new problematic, a whole new way of looking at the world. It's a new world outlook. It's a world outlook. Marxists today, especially in the academia, they want to throw away the concept of world outlook because they're infested with postmodernism. Anything that sounds like a grand narrative, they are scared shitless of. They don't want anything that sounds like a grand narrative. But the reality is that Marxism is a new world outlook. It's a new way of interpreting the questions of how is the world actually constituted. It's a new way of interpreting how is it that we can come to understand this world concretely. And from that basis is a new way of doing political practice and revolutionary activity. And that's all connected together dialectically. And so it is a new world outlook. It's new questions that we ask ourselves, whereas liberals ask themselves a specific type of questions. We ask ourselves a different type of question. We approach the answering of those different questions differently. And there's something radically new about that I don't think that the Marxists, specifically in academia today, are participating in.
100%. And that sort of comes down into the sphere of activism, because since the 70s, the bourgeois academy basically took over theoretical leadership of like this vague, disparate, and constantly infighting thing we call the left, right? And you mentioned Althusser, which is interesting to me. I'm also not a big fan of Althusser, but it ties into his whole critique of ideology, right? And what is ideology? It's something far deeper than a sort of set of policies you would like to see. It's a sort of, the oldie timey word is aesthetic, right? It's a mode of thought and a way of seeing everything. And excuse me. So, like, when we're only given this one that's a bourgeois mode of thought, we're not even made aware that Marxism itself is this new world outlook, this new way of approaching things. And we don't understand how much more in depth and profound it is. And we're limited to this empiricist view of it that sort of limits us only to learning empirical lessons of the past rather than seeing the genuine essence of the development of society and how that relates to everything. I always use this metaphor. If a liberal and a Marxist are walking down the road and come across a car that's broken down, the liberal looks at it and says, "Oh, this car is broken down. I read somewhere that we can just fill up the gas tank and we can drive out of here." And the Marxist says, "Well, let's look under the hood and see how it works and see about fixing it."
That's a good metaphor. I like it. I want to tie this to right opportunism too, especially with the points you both made about the academy, and how the academy always tends towards liberalism and capitalism, and then imperialism in the West. And Carlos and I have kind of, gotten a firsthand look at it for the last 5 to 7 years or so. But I like this comment that says disavowing already existing socialism is the first step down the Trotskyite neocon pipeline. And I think what a lot of the academics who sort of fall into that pipeline or into the, just fall into more right-wing imperialist views, is right opportunism and sort of wanting to carve out this place within the academy. There's a lot of Marxist or pseudo-Marxist academics who will tell you, like, don't do too much activism until you have tenure. They're trying to sort of carve out a place in the academy, and it's as Noah said, it's a bourgeois academy. It's a liberal academy. If you read the book Dark Money, which is written by, a sort of liberal author, social democratic author, Jane Meyer, but it's still a good investigative piece. The Koch brothers, and all their wealthy oligarch buddies have been funneling money into all the most prestigious academies in the West, and have been using or creating think tanks with the specific purpose of influencing studies and influencing the academy. So if you try and carve out a place in that academy, oftentimes you fall into non-Marxist views, or it's very easy. And, I'd say Carlos is probably one of the best people I've ever met at not falling into that and giving a Marxist outlook, which is a new world outlook. And you can tell it's new compared to the liberal academy because, Carlos's stuff seems so groundbreaking compared to everything else that you read that comes out of the academy. But in relation to the Trotskyite to neocon pipeline, though, we were also talking about some examples of this in academia, some people who have fallen into imperialist views. And one that was influential on me was Christopher Hitchens. I grew up in a really religious family, and I kind of watched his videos on atheism. I'm like, oh, these are interesting, as I was starting to question the world a little bit. And then I saw him advocating for the war in Iraq, to stop the spread of radical Islam. And like, this is absurd. And now I recognize it as, he was sort of a Trotskyite. He really admired Trotsky. He liked socialism and the ideas of Marxism, but he thought they all went wrong with Stalin, the dictator. And that's why all existing socialism was just dictatorship. And once you fall into that little bit of right opportunism, oops, hit my light, but to carve out your place in the academy, it's a slippery slope kind of till you end up at, let's go invade Iraq. And then we were talking about Zizek recently, which I don't know as
Well,
much about him.
before
So
we
I'll
get
let
on
you
Zizek,
guys comment on that. But he was supporting NATO, I guess.
yeah, before we get on Zizek, I wanna say something about Hitchens and right opportunism within the academy. Hitchens had a famous debate with Michael Parenti, and Parenti just blows him away, especially on the Iraq War. It's fantastic. And Parenti himself actually wrote a book called Inventing Reality. And he's talking about the media, but the academy works in the exact same way. It sort of self selects agreeable opinions. Um, but I think a lot of the people who believe themselves progressives, etc., are a lot closer to neocons than they would like to believe. And it comes down to that same mode of thought and world outlook. They're approaching things in the same exact way and thinking about them the same exact way. They just have a different opinion on what that is. That's all.
I also want to emphasize that you have to remember that most of these academics are not coming from working class backgrounds, and the institutions through which they're basically made are all bourgeois institutions, which we know historically have served a very important role in producing a compatible left, right? One of the most successful things the empire has been able to do in its fight against socialism and other countries in outside of the sphere of influences of US NATO imperialism has been to create a left anti-communist group that hegemonizes what it means to be a Marxist. So not only are they basically cut out from those institutions and become the human embodiments of the ideas that they want to disseminate, but they're also human beings with certain material interests who realize that if you don't have those views, you're not going to get published in journals. You're not going to get book contracts. I mean, we know what happened to Parenti. He got blackballed from academia. We know what happened to Grover Furr, right? Where is he publishing? Is he publishing in major publishers? Is he allowed to publish in major academic journals? He had a response that I heard him speak about the other day to an article in Capital and Class, perhaps the biggest Marxist journal, academic journal in the world, or at least in the Anglophone world. And he responded to an article that was spewing propaganda with facts, completely destroying it, and they wouldn't publish it, right? So there's also that material incentive that if you want a job, you have to publish. And if you're going to publish as a Marxist, you have to be part of that compatible left. Now, some of this is changing because China is emerging as perhaps the only country at a time when humanities are dragged through the floor, through the dirt all over the Western world. China is emerging as a place that's emphasizing the humanities, that's emphasizing critical thinking, that's creating new institutes for Marxist thought and schools of Marxist thinking and journals, a bunch of journals. And some of the more popular journals right now are Chinese. Some of the ones that I follow are for the top leading academic Marxist work are from China. Most of the editorial board is Chinese. So I think maybe there's an emerging possibility for a Marxist Leninist academic space that at least I'm hoping, since I'm part of that group, I'm hoping that it's an emerging space. But for a very long time, if you had any semblance of a positive opinion for really existing socialism, or what was called really existing socialism, you couldn't publish. You were not going to publish.
Well, we need it not only in the humanities, but it's almost just as sad in the other fields. Like China's blowing us away in engineering and science for a reason. Most engineering, science, computer science, all these practical sort of fields in the U.S. are entirely based around capitalism and entirely based around making corporations money. And I have family members who are engineers, and some of my best friends are engineers, very skilled engineers, and they have no choice. They end up working for these companies who exploit the crap out of them the more hardworking they are, and they're not making advancements that are based on making people's lives better, or advancing things for the mass of society. They're selling, or they're creating commodities that are going to make more money, and even sometimes designing things so that they will break easier, so people will have to buy more. Just irrational things that shouldn't even be or should be unacceptable in the field of engineering, to make something that's going to break easier. It should be against the principles of the field. But that's how capitalism and the bourgeois class influences everything. And it's important to keep that in mind with academia, because the main one I think about is healthcare administration, which is another practical field applying healthcare, and it is a freaking mess from the top to bottom. Not just the insurance companies, they are the worst, but the pharmaceutical companies, the freaking ambulance companies, the clinics, they're all private. There were 100 hospitals who closed down in rural areas, like in the last 5 years or so alone, because it wasn't profitable to bring people healthcare in those areas. Whereas Cuba and Venezuela is approaching 100% healthcare coverage in those areas. Cuba's had it for years, and they're vastly poorer countries. So, the field of healthcare administration, every single study you read is financed and heavily influenced by these giant healthcare conglomerates. The pharmaceutical companies, clinics, and insurance companies have forged themselves together in these giant conglomerates as capital is concentrated. And it's created a horrible system that needs to be completely revamped from top to bottom, especially in its sort of academic and theoretical element.
I think, speaking of the theory, it's important to understand the theory behind how and why this happens. And Lenin himself explains this and explains his form of it that they were going through even in his era. And Carlos, maybe you remember where he does, but I'm not remembering the name of the papers right now. But he actually calls the bourgeois sort of class collaborationist intelligentsia of his day, I think it was the flatulence of the country, right? Like calling them, windbags of another nature. And it just shows that this is always a problem. It's an acute problem for us right now because of the proliferation of information technology, right? But learning again from Lenin, if we're not going to be involved in their institutions, we're going to do things our damn selves, right? And that's why things like Midwestern Marx are so great, reaching hundreds of thousands of people with that kind of stuff. And it's a message that tells people, no, what the academy is telling you is in their class interests, not your own. And I think it's really important to recognize, lastly, the class background of the people involved. These aren't proletarians. These aren't working class people, right? These aren't people that came up from nothing and, are out in warehouses or restaurants or factories or even shitty office cubicles or anything. They're well-off people, right? And they get paid to sit around and write papers all day, which is great. And I mean, I would love to do that, but that's their whole background, When your parents own a bunch of shares and whatever, and you come from millions of dollars, I pay less attention to your social consciousness. I just don't, Sorry about the rambling there.
No, you're right.
Good. I just hope Carlos doesn't feel insulted by this segment. We don't mean you, Carlos. You're the good one. You're one of the good ones.
I hate to bring up Althusser twice, but there's another thing that he says related to this that I think is absolutely right, which is that
you academic, you better not kill your wife.
No, I found an article that someone was trying to critique Althusser's anti-humanism by connecting it to the killing of his wife. And I was talking to my wife about how absurd that article was. And she's like, yeah, it's absurd, but either way, stop reading Althusser. Okay, we'll do. But
your life and my wife would get along.
he says something, which is that, look, the people in class positions like the one that I'm in, we need to be in a constant process of revolutionizing our own instincts, because we don't have the same instincts as the working class, right? So I think that's kind of lost, and there's the possibility of having like a socialism that's based in my class, and I think that's what we see in like Jacobin, DSA, and these strands of democratic socialism. And we see what happens when that's the case. There's a clear disconnection between the socialism as is postulated by the professional managerial class and the socialism that's grounded in working class interests.
Oh, you're gonna get canceled. You said professional managerial. But
Come
no,
to
it's true.
SIU and take my intro to philosophy classes. We learn Che, we learn Lenin, we learn Marx, we learn a little bit of everything. I go through Marcuse and Badiou and I tear them apart. So if you want me to teach you, come to SIU and pick my intro to philosophy classes.
I would love to do that. If I could afford to like take off work, I would absolutely do that. But I think here's the thing about that sort of bourgeois empiricism, right? Is it masquerades as the only social consciousness, as if there's only one, and it isn't formed from the relations that happen before we even become people, right? It's what creates us as people. And within the proletariat, you just have a different thing that creates you, different community, different history, different relations of the reproduction of society. You fulfill a different role within it than the professional classes do. You just do. And that's not saying that professional classes are all bad and evil or anything of the sort. It's just like what Carlos just said, that constantly revolutionizing the thought and being aware of this is the first step in genuine class consciousness for anyone.
I didn't even realize. So you can go if you want, Carlos. But I didn't even realize my class position that much till I started reading Marx more as I graduated, and that like my parents weren't like blue collar workers. You could put them in the professional class. Dad was a teacher, but most of the people we went to, so I'd put us in lower middle class, I guess, if you're going to rank by income bracket. But most of the people at our private college don't have as much debt as me now. They're upper middle class or upper class suburban kids or kids who were, very wealthy. Had a large number of actually transfer students who had come from Latin American countries who were basically like aristocrats in their home country, just absurd wealth. But I didn't even realize my class position too much. And I liked academia, I liked studying. I worked hard at it, but I never, I just hated imperialism. I was like, we just got to vote for enough good people and really stop imperialism because it's so terrible. But once I read Marxism, I was like, this is so obvious. This is such, these people so obviously have the best method of analysis, and their method of analysis explains everything that's going on in the world. As far as politics and imperialism, that's what I thought after studying politics for 4 years, global politics and foreign policy. Like, this explains everything, but it's rooted out from academia. Other than, thankfully, we had one professor who introduced me to it, and really thankful that I met Carlos when I was in college. He's really the one who helped me out there. But it's, I don't know, if like even the people who go to college and learn from a professor like the one that we had who taught Marxism, most kids were sleeping or zoning out or on their phones the whole time. And Marxism doesn't click with them the same way because, like you said, they have a different class position. They don't necessarily need to be concerned about imperialism. They can just get a job as a lawyer or whatever else and kind of live a pretty chill life in America.
I always say that for the proletariat, when we learn Marxism, it feels like we finally have the words to describe the things that we knew all along.
Mm-hmm.
It just sort of clicks for you.
In philosophy in general, I would say that, but Marxism obviously more so.
I remember, Eddie, we took a class together with our tanky professor, who was awesome, man. Just the luck that we had to have someone like that who had studied in China, who supported really existing socialism, who was just deconstructing media narratives left and right. But I used to get so mad. I don't know about you, but I used to get so mad because people just weren't fucking paying attention. And it's like, well, you're here, you're accumulating debt, you're engaging with perhaps one of the best professors in the institution, that if you actually pay attention to them, you're going to grow as a human being. And that really gets at the essence of what education means under capitalism. It's just they want you to be smart enough to work the positions that they need you to work, but dumb enough so that you don't question the system as a whole. And that's not what education really is about from the start. I recognize that philosophy and philosophers have a class position, and that historically the leading philosophical trends have always been at the forefront, either of a conservative movement or a progressive movement. But for me, I start my intro to philosophy classes with Socrates, because he's someone that challenged the existing order and got killed. I think that that's what the essence of philosophy is. It promotes a conception of learning that's grounded on growth, and as a form of human-centered growth that I see today. The only place where I see it actually implemented in a political sense is in China. And I think that that's something that's so lost. We were taking classes and people just don't care. That's something I experienced as a teacher. People show up, they don't want to learn because they're not there to learn. They're there to get a degree and just bounce out and do whatever they have to do. And it's not their fault. It's a society that has conditioned them to be like that, right? When people-centered growth is not the focus and it's capital-centered growth, people themselves end up embodying all that. You mentioned earlier, Noah, Althusser's understanding of ideology, and that's how he understands it. Ideology is always embodied. It's embodied in institutions and in the humans that compose those institutions. I had something else to add, but I kind of forgot. It had to do with the professor that we had, but it slipped in the sort of tangent that I went into.
That was a great tangent, though.
It was a great tangent. I think it's interesting to sort of juxtapose our bourgeois academy against the proletarian Chinese one, right? Where people are encouraged to learn and think creatively and critically in order to advance their society. Our bourgeoisie no longer wants to advance our society. They want to keep things exactly as they are. I don't remember the exact stat, but it's over half of college graduates don't use their exact degree, right? They just need the piece of paper saying they did this, because that's now become a standard of living accumulator, right? And we're told all our lives, go to college so you can get an okay paying job and be able to at least have some comforts in life, right?
Hey.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I remembered what I wanted to say. It was related to, Eddie, you were mentioning how in undergrad, you had this sentiment of anti-imperialism and you were against the militaristic actions of the US, but it wasn't until you came to Marxism-Leninism that you were actually able to understand it. I think one of my favorite theorists today, I know it's one of the same, one of your favorite theorists as well, Noah, Gabriel Rockhill. One of the things that I have seen him say in the lectures that he does for the Critical Theory Workshop, which I recommend you all check it out. It's pretty good and informative. One of the things that I heard him say was that he's someone who studied with the leading French academics. He was a student of Derrida and all the famous French, some Marxists, some just radical academics. He studied with them. And then the Iraq War came around and he couldn't understand the world. He's like, what am I doing engaging with all this difficult theory? But then when I go back into the world, I don't understand it. It hasn't helped me understand shit. And so once he started engaging with the tradition of historical materialism and Marxism-Leninism, the world sort of opened up for him. He was able to understand the world. And so that's why Marxism is the outlook that most concretely understands the world. And if you divorce it, as is done in academia, from actually changing the world, not only does it affect the ability to change the world, but also the ability to understand it. Because changing the world and understanding it are dialectically connected. People often, and one of them is Zizek, right? They misunderstand the 11th thesis on Feuerbach, which says that philosophers had hitherto only interpreted the world. The point is to change it. They think of this as a sort of, as only emphasizing practice. You only have to go out and do something. someone like Heidegger, he mentioned in a television interview that the flaw of Marx was that before you can change the world, you have to interpret it. Well, that misinterprets Marx's phrase. Zizek has said that in the 20th century, we tried to change the world maybe a little bit too much. We should go back and interpret it again. That misinterprets the phrase again. The point is not to stop interpreting the world. The point is that you interpret the world grounded in and aimed at revolutionary praxis. And that's how the essence, the truth of Marxism always comes out. It comes out through praxis and in praxis, and it's always going back from theory to praxis. They're always connected together. And I think that probably the best place where people just getting into this can read this is in Mao. Mao's actually really, really good when it comes to the Marxist theory of knowledge and the dialectic of theory and praxis. Check out his essay on praxis and his shorter essay, 2 or 3 pages, where do the correct ideas come from? I believe that's the title. It's something along the lines of that.
It's where do correct ideas come from? Yeah, same thing.
There's usually a smaller collection of like Mao's essays on philosophy that's less than 200 pages, and it's just money. It contains all the best philosophical writings of Mao, and I absolutely recommend it because he gets these really complex ideas and he expresses it in as simple a manner as possible without removing their theoretical complexity. And that gets at the essence of what the Spanish philosopher Jose Ortega Gasset once said, or one of his models that I actually agree with it quite a bit, which is that clarity is the courtesy of the philosopher. And I think that's something that it's embodied in the best parts of the Marxist tradition.
I think some of the postmodernists, and I guess Carlos, you would probably know better, but you mentioned Heidegger. Or if you talk about some of the Western postmodernists or who are sometimes called neo-Marxist thinkers, I've seen that be used as a new term. They cloud people's thinking, and then they kind of have a following, at least online, of people who act really, really smart. Even if they haven't done as much reading as they act, and they act like you're stupid if you quote Stalin or Mao because they're unsophisticated, unlike the Western postmodern neo-Marxists.
There is no one more pompous than a first-year philosophy student getting into postmodernism. It's like up there with like 90s like record store employees. Just like complete undeserved ego.
and like I was saying, after 4 years of studying political science in the academy, I got out and I read Lenin's Imperialism, this like 120-page book. I'm like, this explains everything in a super concise manner, and he backs up everything he's saying with materialist analysis and with stats. And I think it goes back to like, if you can't explain something concisely, can you really explain it at all? And if you I've noticed if you press a lot of the neo-Marxists online, they haven't read a lot of the classical, basic texts. They're just reading whatever French philosophy book about some guy who took LSD and lived with cats for 3 years and wrote a book about it or whatever to try and expand on Marx. But there's a lot, like the classical texts and works like Mao and Lenin and Stalin, they explain things concisely because they had a good grasp on it. Lenin had read freaking everything that Marx and Hegel and whoever else put out, including his enemies and theoretical opponents. And he deeply studied the history of Russia, so he just had a grasp on these things and he could explain them easily, which is what Marxist theory is all about, right? Theory directly to practice. And go ahead, Carlos. Yeah, I'm done.
I just want to say something real quick. You mentioned the obscurantism of post-Marxist or just, which are really just postmodernists in disguise. It's I just made a video for our YouTube, still editing it, but one of the points that I make, it's a video about how to approach reading, and one of the points that I make is that, look, not every reading is equal. Not every book you're going to read is equal. You have to pay different sorts of attention to that book. And some of these texts that are being written by people in this post-Marxist tradition, They require a lot of work to understand what the hell it is that they're saying. And when you come out of it, it's not worth it. There's some people that it is worth it. Like I think it's worth tarrying with Hegel for a year, because after that you're like, holy shit, everything has opened up. I understand Marx better, and I'm able to understand the world overall a whole lot better. So he's worth going through the struggle. But none of these Marxists, these post-modernist thinkers, I think, in my opinion, are really worth it. I do it because I'm in the academy. But that gets me to another point. You mentioned the people who are online just referencing all of these newer people. There's also a material source in that, right? I mentioned earlier academia and the ability to publish in journals. You can only publish in journals if you're citing new people, if you're citing people who are alive, who are active in the research. And because the academy has been basically completely shut out anyone with a Marxist-Leninist analysis, with a Marxism that's grounded in revolutionary praxis, the only people who you can cite that are here now are these folks, right? These postmodernists.
Anti-communists.
Yes, the left anti-communist academia, or what Gabriel Rockhill calls the global theory industry, right? These are the only people who you can cite. And so they create conditions so that you're forced to engage with these people. And for younger kids, it creates confusions, and it creates conditions like the one that Rockhill was in, or that Eddie, that you were in, that we were all in, where we couldn't understand the world until we came to Marxism-Leninism.
I think that's a really, really important point, and it brings me back to what you were saying about the thesis on Forbach, right? In the 11th. So what happened to Rockhill is literally a real life study in exactly what Marx said, right? That the philosophers have heretofore only explained the world. The point is to change it. And that's what he was trying to do, and figured out what to do through Marx. And I love the poetry of that. But I also think because of this sort of like intense postmodern academy sort of bourgeoisification of all this, we get alienated from it, and it can almost have a boomerang effect. And what I see a lot affecting young people, and sort of especially within the petty bourgeois radical scene, is this negation of theory altogether and action for action's sake, right? Where you're told, join an org, right? Get out there and do something, touch grass, right? But action without the theory behind it is as useless without theory as theory is with no action afterwards. If you're just acting and you're not understanding the world, you could be serving the ruling class and not even know it. And so to be sort of thrown into activism and all of your energy spent on that rather than educating yourself is just as wasteful.
And there's a lot of action right now. You know, there's uprisings against the police, lots of protests, you know, people, the action's there, but we got to go there, you know, with theoretical knowledge and educate people theoretically, teach them how to attack the foundations of capitalism as a way to, you know, end police brutality, prison industrial complex, war on drugs, all these things. We have to go to the protests and raise the poverty question. We got to be educated on theory in order to do that, you know, and I think that's definitely what we're lacking, more so than, you know, the U.S. is ripe for a popular revolution, at least.
100%. It's like it's go to the protest and raise the property question, not go to the protest and join it, right? It's not turn to the original topic, which is right opportunism, and just saying, yes, we agree with your cause. Let's follow behind you. It's redirecting all of this energy into its genuine source, which is capitalism. The problem isn't symptom A, B, or C. The problem is capitalism. Like the truckers, your problem wasn't a vaccine. Your problem was that you lost faith in these corporations, that you lost faith in the government because they are not on your side. The answer is socialism.
Absolutely. And that gets to the sort of fetish of activity. And someone mentioned here, let me see if I find it in the chat, that they read through the classics and that there's some value that you can find in these neo-Marxists. One of the values that I think, for instance, that Zizek has brought about is that he has a critique of pseudo activity, of the sort of a fetishization that we have of just do something, get to the. And I think that this has played, especially for the capitalism that we've had over the last 10, 20 years since the technological revolution, it's played a stabilizing role for capitalism. You know, Frantz Fanon used to talk, or he, when in writing The Wretched of the Earth, he mentioned that the African communities do these dances to express a sort of libidinal release that is really an accumulation of oppression that they have to release somehow. Um, and I feel like protests today have a similar function for the system, right? Because people are not organized, because people don't have revolutionary consciousness, because they don't have theory, and they're not in organizations to help them get the theory to them. They hit the streets just to let go, because capitalism creates conditions where they're just in wretchedness the whole time, right? They're alienated from their communities. They're sad, they're depressed, they know that something's wrong, but they don't know what to do with it, so they just hit the streets. And it becomes this thing where every 1 or 2 years there's a new thing that comes out, everyone hits the streets, and capital doesn't worry about it. They take over the hashtags, they take over the symbols, the biggest companies use the symbols. They don't worry about it because they know that since they're not organized and they don't have revolutionary theory, they'll be back to work on Monday. It's ephemeral, spontaneous explosions, and we know this from Lenin. There has been a debate on spontaneity. We know what the answer is. If we just have faith in spontaneity, we're lost. We need theory so that when these spontaneous explosions arise, when the nodal points that get people past where they are and make them be active come about, that they're organized enough so that that activity doesn't just flow out within a week, so that it continues and leads towards a revolutionary direction.
I want to pause here. That was a great response to that comment. Thank you, Carlos. I want to thank Chris Morlock on YouTube for sending us the $5 super chat. Thank you for supporting our project. Chris says, reading current Chinese Marxist political economists is far better than anything written in the West. Chang Enfu is amazing. So is Roland Bohr. Yeah, that goes back to something I was saying. I can't remember if I said this during the live or pre-live to these guys, but I said there's a great debate, amongst all the existing socialist countries, and all the existing socialist countries have built their economic policy off of what they've learned from each other. And if you just ignore all these countries and dismiss them as not real socialism chauvinistically, you miss out on that debate, and you miss out on all the incredible advancements that Chinese academics have made in political economy and really every field. So couldn't agree more with that super chat. Thank you.
And also, I just real quick, because it's connected to the super chat. I love Roland Bohr. I think
that's what I was going to say.
Okay. He's like the embodiment of the spirit of Losordo that unfortunately left us a few years back, but it got re-embodied in Roland Bohr. I absolutely love his work. I think basically everything that I've read has been just spot on. So I definitely would recommend him. And also this journal that I think is out of China, International Critical Thought, where I think all of these guys are constantly publishing. Unfortunately, most articles are behind the $47 fucking paywall. But yes, definitely check out Chinese Marxists. They're a whole lot better.
It's funny, Carlos and I were just sort of complaining that journal is behind a paywall on the phone yesterday. But yeah, Roland Bohr was great, and he was a direct student of Losordo, right? And I really think everything I've ever read by Losordo is fantastic as well. The greatest Marxist mind of our era so far. And I'm waiting for... I'm actually learning better Spanish in order to read some of his stuff that isn't in English yet. So, yeah.
I want to respond to this. I took econ and poli-sci in university. It was very, 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 very bad, because I did as well. And as we were saying earlier, I had one professor who had studied in China. Carlos and I both had him. He's Marxist and kind of snuck Marxist political economy in at least at the end of every one of his units.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but there. So I also had this economics professor though, who I talk about a lot, who was the head of the local GOP, and ran for office as a Republican every year, and explained socialism by saying Venezuela had capitalism and they were very rich. Then they instituted socialism and they were very poor. And I asked her about the sanctions and what effect they have, and she wouldn't even go into it. She said, I'm sure those have some effect, but it's nothing compared to the effect of socialism and corruption. But there was no way to analyze this, right? Because economics for her was just looking at supply and demand and looking at this sort of liberal neoclassical economic theory, which I would recommend everyone go check out Dr. Cockshot's recent article in response to Jacobin. About the labor theory of value. If you kind of want to know how neoclassical economics have responded to Marx, they've basically created a whole pseudo-scientific, system of economics or economic theory that basically just teaches kids in the field of economics how to maintain capitalism. A lot of high GDP equals good economy, and we'll always have unemployment, but we can try and keep it low and stuff like this. So, but it was really useful for me to learn that, to engage with those neoclassical ideas on their merits, to hear them, argued from someone who teaches economics and who worked at an insurance company before they were a professor. Even hearing it from someone like that, who I absolutely know is my theoretical class enemy, I still learned a ton, and it made my own economics better, and it made me understand Marxism better, and it made me understand why Marxism is correct in comparison to that pseudo-scientific bullshit.
It's funny, I actually took econ in college as well, and that was basically my experience. It was sort of, even when you ask why on some things, me knowing a bit of Marxism at the time, it's sort of, you're shoved to the side with that. It's sort of like, you just need to memorize this and this, tell me how a supply curve works, that kind of stuff. And it's like, I learned a bit. Yeah, I also had a guy that was into Austrian economics, he called it, right? So like Hayek.
That's basically neoclassical.
Yeah, it's like it's like the sort of like supercharged bourgeois econ theory, I guess. And he was very silly about it, and I find it strange sometimes that people could, with a straight face, teach economics and then just completely ignore your question about sanctions.
It's crazy.
How can you just go, let's look at the data, let's see?
Right. It's like, it shows that the whole discipline is corrupt, that the whole discipline is pseudoscientific at this point, because Marx made so many advancements in the field of economics, and it was undeniable. He took classical economics, engaged with it on its merits, and absolutely, brought the questions that the classical economists were asking to their conclusion, and oftentimes built off the stuff that they were doing and saying, but also criticized where they were wrong. Adam Smith and David Ricardo were two who, had a lot of things right, but Marx took their theories to their conclusion, and then after Marx, he was plagiarized all the time, because the economists knew that he had made so many advancements, but they didn't want to give him credit because they didn't want to take that to their radical conclusion, which, speaking of bourgeois academia existing forever. But after that, after Marx had kind of brought classical econ to its conclusion, economics needed a response. Bourgeois academia needed a response. And that's when you sort of have the Austrian school and neoclassical economics. And then in the US later on, you would have the Chicago boys and Berkeley boys and all these sort of right-wing think tanks or right-wing, basically just right-wing academies propped up by oligarchs, training these economists like Milton Friedman, who push right-wing trickle-down economics as if it's a science, as if it's a fact that this is the best way to do things. And it's all based on pseudoscientific nonsense. And that's been proven in every country, including the lab of neoliberalism, where Milton Friedman was sent to be an advisor for Augusto Pinochet while they were massacring all the leftists and socialists. after the CIA coup of Salvador Allende. So really everywhere that sort of economic theory has been enacted and practiced, it's failed. But because these theories are pseudoscientific, they'll just look at the markets and say, oh, well, actually the corporations were making a lot of money in Chile after Friedman, so it's an economic miracle. It's like, yeah, they're making a lot of money because they basically instituted slave labor. That does not show that an economy is successful.
It's very easy to make a fake metric to prove something, right? Like, we tell you first X means a good economy. Then we say, look, we fulfilled X. Imagine that, right? I think it's funny though, like a lot of this stuff these days is pushed by the sort of the cartel that the Kochs are a large part of, right? And I always get a laugh out of the Kochs would be nothing if it weren't for communism, right? Their fortune literally came from the Soviet Union, purchasing, it was like oil cracking methods or something, like thermal cracking or something like that, because they were blackballed. Fred Koch, their father, was blackballed by the monopolies in the capitalist paradise that they promote.
The Koch, so I'll let you go, Carlos, if you have something to say here because you haven't talked in a while. But the Koch brothers are interesting. Going back to that book, Dark Money, that I was talking about, which again is written by a liberal social democrat journalist type figure, Jane Meyer. But it's a great investigation of how the Koch brothers have set up their think tanks to influence mostly academia, but also media and everything else. And the Kochs have like an obsession with Ayn Rand, an absolute obsession with Ayn Rand. If you think about their history, they go into their history or the history of their family in that book, like you said, the dad helped get his fortune from the Soviet Union. The dad clearly picked favorites within the kids. He was a fairly abusive father who only liked his kids if they showed that they could successfully run and expand his empire, and they inherited that wealth from their father and basically have done everything they can to expand the empire and root socialist ideas out of the country, the consciousness of the country. And they have this just obsession with Ayn Rand. And I think it's a psychological thing where, the only way that they can feel good about themselves, the only way that they can sleep at night and be like, I am a good person who's contributing to society by running these massively exploitative oil companies and lobbying for war, is by reading this Ayn Rand objectivist nonsense philosophy that says greed is inherently good. The greedier you are, the more successfully, you are able to be greedy, the more you're helping society. It's a perfect thing to tell oligarchs who are like, am I a bad person?
It's funny.
That's one of the central critiques of the Soviet Union, that Ayn Rand came out of it. But I've been looking at the comment section, and I can't find the comment now, but someone had asked about getting into Losordo. So I wanted, before this was passed over, I wanted to recommend maybe a couple texts from Losordo that I think are helpful. The first one I would probably recommend is his book Class Struggle. Class Struggles, it completely deconstructs the idea that comes from academia that there's such a thing as class reductionism, because the way that he understands class, which I think is in line with Marx and Engels, is as we should understand class as a group's relation to a specific mode of production, which means that at times it's sexualized, at times it's racialized, at times it's nationalized. And so nationhood, race, and sex struggles are all incorporated within the concept of class struggle. So when we talk about class struggle, we already know that those are all factors that are incorporated within it, which gets to a point that we haven't gotten to yet, and which we were going to say was the first thing we were going to talk about, that maybe we can talk about a little later. What's the other thing that I wanted to? Oh, you mentioned
another Losordo book, Liberalism: A Counter History. His second best one after Class Struggles.
I have the blue copy. That one is fantastic. We talked a little bit a few streams ago about when we had the stream about the American Revolution and how to read it. We talked about the twin birth theory that he talks about how liberalism comes about, and at the same time as it's preaching these anti-absolutism principles, it's justifying in ways unseen before racialized slavery and basically genocide of indigenous. And there's this modern comparison. It's not really modern, it comes from Ukrainian fascism, but there's this comparison of communism with fascism, or communism with Nazism. And the reality is, as Lasorda shows in that book, is that Nazism is in the tradition of liberalism, not communism. It's Nazism, which is in that tradition. The other book that I would absolutely recommend is the Stalin book. His Stalin book is actually really good. That one's in English. And then there's a book that he has that's in Spanish, but it's in a Spanish PDF, which means you can translate it to English via Google Translate, is his book on Western Marxism, where he addresses a lot of the comments that we have been talking about from a both historical and contextual point of view, and shows why there was this split between Eastern and Western Marxism, or between the Marxism of Western academia and Marxism-Leninism. And it's just fantastic. In my personal academic work, I lay on that book a lot, and I try to develop some of the places where I think he's short in, but those are the places that I would say that I think if you're going to read Lasorda, that you should probably start it.
Yeah. I mean, I could go. I had no idea it was available in PDF, Carlos. I'm literally like reading, like getting better at Spanish for that book.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll just translate.
There's also a few. I heard the Nietzsche one was good, but that may be a bit separated from the sort of context that we're in. But he's written a lot of good articles for that international critical theory journal. There's one that I recently just read on Is China Socialist, which is just an absolute banger. I definitely recommend that. And he's also been developing, along with Roland Bohr, who Chris Murlock had mentioned previously, he's been developing in the tradition of Chinese Marxism something like a Marxist theory of human rights, which completely inverses how it is that the liberal tradition of human rights theory thinks about human rights, and places sovereignty as the basis, and then material rights, and then civil rights. So like you said, Noah, I think Lasorda is perhaps the biggest Marxist-Leninist theorist that we've had of the last generation. So I definitely would recommend everyone to check him out.
Yeah, his stuff on China is incredible. I used Lacerda once in a debate with Vaush. I tried to, engage nicely, and Vaush just went, "What? Are you seriously saying North Korea is kind of good? What? You're crazy, tanky." But it was.
Did he destroy the lunatic tanky and
right?
make a lot of faces?
The conspiracy theorist and the puppet of Putin. But it was interesting. He is. But it was interesting seeing his audience react, because a lot of them were interested in what we were saying and what Lacerda had to say. And, I think if you can stay calm with some of these charlatans, even the opportunist ones who are, portraying themselves as leftists or socialists while pushing these liberal ideas, like engage with their ideas on their principles. Because that's what I was doing. I was saying, here's why I support. Oh, we lost Carlos, but oh, never mind. I think he might be going to the bathroom. Yes, to pee, yes. But funny. I was saying, here's why
you keep going, because I do too.
Okay. But what I basically explained to Vush's audience was like, I support North Korea because first, I support sovereignty, self-determination, right to self-determination. As a Marxist-Leninist, read Marxism and the National Question by Stalin. And then after that, I support economic construction and economic well-being and bringing people out of poverty. So the way that Lacerda conceptualized this was basically a tree. He said, the tree has its roots, and the roots are self-determination and sovereignty, because you can't have economic construction unless people have their land and they know what their territory is. And then comes economic construction as a socialist, right? We build the country up, increase productive forces so that they benefit the masses, not so, we have exploitation of one class by another. And we advance scientifically, technologically, in every field. And then after that, you have political and civil rights. So, basically everything the U.S. accuses North Korea and their enemies of doing, that they call human rights abuses, that's those, like freedom of expression, freedom of speech, are ones at least that are in the U.S. liberal bourgeois constitution. But, countries like the DPRK and the Soviet Union have their own, versions of political and civil rights. And in communist countries or socialist countries, generally, they've been the most advanced in the world at their time. The Soviet Union had anti-racist laws written into their constitution at a time when the U.S. still had Jim Crow and separate but equal. So, I basically just explained that tree to the Vouch fans and said, this is why I support Korea. And, it was hard for them. A lot of them, none of them had real arguments. Some of them just got mad, but a lot of them were like, wow, this is really interesting. And I know a lot of those people ended up, subscribing to us. So, always try, if you have a grasp on theory, it's easier to not get angry, because sometimes it's like you hear something and you don't know how to debunk it and you're like, but read theory, get a good grasp, educate yourself, but try and stay calm even when you're engaging with the slimiest of the slime balls like Voosh. And engage with the things on their theoretical merits. And people like Lacerdo are great tools for doing that. Especially his stuff on China, I've really enjoyed, because a lot of the conversations you find yourself in as a Western Marxist are, defending existing socialism versus imperialist narratives.
It brings up a topic I think about a lot, and I call it internet poisoning in my head. And it's this atmosphere where people really don't treat each other like human beings. They don't hear each other out. They don't listen. They don't try to understand. All politics is or becomes in this world is trying to perform superiority by any means necessary. And this includes lying, pretending you know more than you do, etc. And I always tell new people that it's okay not to know stuff. And if you get into a conversation with someone who doesn't agree, it's fine to just go, hey, I really don't know a lot about that. Let's talk about something else. There's nothing wrong with not knowing something. And you mentioned patience and just dealing with people on their level. And that's the best way to show people how reasonable and correct Marxism is, right? You take them at their word and just discuss things. The truth is on our side. We shouldn't be trying to think of ways to out-rhetoric them, because we have that truth, and people in general want to know what the facts are, and they're generally good people, right?
What sort of, I always think, what sort of background do people have the people that act in those ways, that when there's a disagreement, there is no possibility of sustaining a relationship with that person. It's just, you're done, right? You're dead for me after that. Like, how do you engage in everyday life with a world where no one agrees with you on every single point? Like, how, and how do you engage? How do you relate to yourself to the question of change and to the question of human growth? Because everyone has the capacity to change the way that they're thinking, right? Now, some people think a certain way because they're in a certain class, and maybe we shouldn't worry ourselves too much about changing the way that they think. I don't care about what a CEO thinks, right? But if a working class person has false consciousness, I do care, and I do think that they can obviously change their mind. Because if we don't think that people can change their mind, what the hell are we doing? Why are we calling ourselves Marxists if we don't think people can change their mind, and on the basis of that change, organize in a revolutionary manner and effect revolutionary changes? What are we doing? Right? We're not doing anything. So how do these people engage? And that gets us to the point that sort of brought us, the central point that brought us here to talk. Those are sort of social media drama that popped off recently between groups that shouldn't be fighting amongst one another because of specific institutional connections. And it ended up in a block which I don't think makes any fucking sense, because even though we disagreed on a point, there could have still been some form of dialogue. So I don't know if we want to turn to that sort of question now, or what
I
communism, I think would be a good way to title
I
it. Yeah.
think Yeah, I think we should. And, I'll say the first thing I'll say about it is we've been guilty, or at least I've been guilty of doing this too, of disavowing people, of seeing like David Harvey. It's an example I always think of because it's kind of funny. David Harvey, I was telling Carlos, like, oh man, he doesn't recognize imperialism. So why should we even engage with him at all? Forget that. Imperialism is the main contradiction, which is still true. But then I looked at on Twitter and David Harvey followed us, and I was like, oh man, like I've used David Harvey to help me understand capital. Like, and then I thought about it, I'm like, of course there's value in David Harvey. He's actually been formative in my own thinking when it comes to understanding capital. And now that I'm more well read, I can understand what it is that he says that I disagree with, and I can have a conversation with him about it and explain why I disagree with him. And I've had to come to terms with some of the the cancel culture sort of liberal ideas that I've internalized as I'm reading Mao and Stalin. And it's like, these were popular revolutions where, all sorts of different groups were teaming up to overthrow the government. And, Mao and Stalin were learning and strategizing to rally different groups of people around the proletariat, and allying with tons of different groups who have disagreements. And it's like, there might be like Maoists even in the US, obviously not like ones who are fully imperialist and supporting the CIA, but like, I think Troika Collective, we probably have minor theoretical disagreements with Troika Collective, who we just had a conversation on, but we absolutely are in agreement about existing socialism and about imperialism. So why would we not ally to spread education, about those issues? Like, we need to get much better at forming alliances. And that means getting better at handling, listening to ideas that we disagree with and learning how to respond to them and explain why we disagree.
I think when we do that, we come up against hard facts that we'd sometimes rather ignore and just focus on activism, on that do thing we were talking about earlier, right? And that is that we don't know everything. And a lot of us really don't know Marxism. What's missing these days is the foundation and the way to think like a Marxist. And so when it comes up to these questions of disagreeing and how to deal with that, we go from our premise, which before we really learn Marxism and have a dialectical materialist premise, it's a moral premise. Right? That's just how we're taught to do this. We are fighting for justice. And so if you disagree with me, you're against good, an abstract concept of good that, I mean, when you learn Marxism, is subjective and different for and blah, blah, blah. But for people, this is, to me, it seems like why canceling happens, because they fundamentally see you as evil in some way, and they may not articulate that to themselves, but that's why we get called an ist or a phobe or whatever it is, when nothing could be further from the case, right? We're interested in materially fighting against those things as part of class struggle and liberation for all of us. But when we hit those key areas, that seems to happen anyway.
And you've been at the receiving end of these attacks quite often, and every time it happens, it never fails. I always send a raging voice message to Eddie. He's laughing already.
Can confirm.
It's like
I can hear Carlos shaking on the other end of the phone.
It's like, how the fuck do you think you are going to do the task of a communist, which is to be the vanguard of the working class, to lead the working class, if someone like Noah, who comes from a working class family, who's been a communist since fucking birth, who in the few hours he's not being fucking exploited, is reading and writing Marxist theory, is militating and is working on an educational Marxist project, if fucking Noah is unorganizable for you, who the fuck are you gonna organize? Who are you gonna organize? No one. No one. If you can't work with fucking Noah, you're not gonna work with anyone. What idea of the proletariat do these people fucking have?
They don't have an idea of the proletariat. I really don't think they do. To them, proletariat's a word. It's not a concrete thing in reality. And when they say proletariat, they really mean everyone who agrees with me. And guess where those ideas come from? They come from the bourgeois liberal academy, right? And so it's absurd to me that we're supposed to be, like doing all these things and organizing and forming coalitions, but it seems as if the liberals are more important than the working class because of the ideas, right? So we want to organize the liberals. Class be damned. A bourgeois liberal, as long as they say the right keywords, is better than an entire warehouse full of workers because they have ideas that the enlightened person thinks are backwards. And what's funny is when we get confronted with that, we just say, fuck you, right? That's all we do. And that's what any worker will do. If you come up trying to scold them and tell them they're wrong and inherently bad, if they need to fix what they're doing, they're gonna just tell you to fuck off at the very least, at the nicest, right? So yeah, it makes me sad. Jack Reed wrote a great letter on this one time, and I'm sure I can find a PDF if you guys want it, but he basically said that it seems that this idea has come around that we must first make a liberal to make a communist, when nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, this is a guy who literally sat next to Lenin, studying him in order to report. And he is saying, no, liberals are not the answer. The working classes, whether they're liberal, conservative, forwards, backwards, whatever. It is not, Gus Hall has another quote on this very issue, and then I'll stop rambling for a minute. He says in The Crisis of Petty Bourgeois Radicalism, which is one of the best papers of all time, he says that the people do not respond to commands or exhortations. They do not respond to ideas, even good ideas, unless they see their self-interest reflected in those ideas. And what he means is they're not going to listen to you telling them what to do. They're not going to listen to you scolding them. What they're going to listen to is you telling them you have the solutions to their problems. And all we're doing is telling them they're the problem. And holy shit, thank you so much, Chris Morlock.
Yeah, I have a point, and then I want to address that. But I've heard people say that, I had to get through my liberal phase, and that everybody has to get through their liberal phase, and then that follows from that our strategy should be to address liberals and get them to go further left. And there's kind of this idea that I've noticed that communism and socialism is just extreme liberalism. Like, liberalism is fighting for progressive social values, and communism is, fighting anybody who doesn't support progressive social values. Like, no, communism is combining class struggle, with these other struggles, so that we can actually make progress in these struggles, so that we can actually dismantle the militarized police system and prison industrial complex and get liberation for minority communities in this country. So I'll stop rambling now, because Chris Morlock just sent us a $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Extremely generous. Thank you for funding our project. It says, keep up the good work, comrades, the Golden Center. Really appreciate you, Chris. I'm glad you're enjoying the work. That is an insane donation, and that's why we're able to do what we do. That's why we don't come to you. That's why our cameras don't look like potatoes anymore. It doesn't look like my router is a toaster. Uh, so yeah, really appreciate you, and promise you that all your contributions go towards more content and more theoretical education and organizing.
I just wanted to say that um, this is, at least for me, when I was first getting into Marxism, this is the base. Like, the base is class struggle. If you do not understand, there should be nothing controversial about saying that class struggle is the essence of Marxism. And additionally, that if the bourgeoisie, through its ideological apparatuses, separates the working class according to different forms of bigotry, it is the task of communists to undo that, to unite workers so that they can go forth and have the ability to actualize their historically given role, which is a revolutionary role. So, how do self proclaimed communists reject that? And reject it with a stupid fucking comment, such as the one that was given to us, which is that the working class right now is not united. And therefore, we can't just treat it as if it's united. That's the point. The working class has never been actually united. It's always separated according to these distinctions that the owning class creates, because divided, they can't win. United, they can't. It's the job of communists to unite workers so that when they're organized in a united manner, they can go ahead and wage a revolutionary struggle. This is just the basics of Marxism. It's if there was an ABC of Marxism, this would be 8. And the fact that that's not understood, it's just mind-boggling.
Look, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. It isn't the history of all hitherto existing society. It's the history of, I like these ideas and I don't like those ideas. You guys are bad. You're really bad, right? That's not it. If we are Marxist-Leninists, if we are calling ourselves communists, then we must be those things. Otherwise, we are lying to people. If you want to be a liberal, there are plenty of liberal things to do. Why call yourself a communist, right? Communists have a specific thing we do. We organize the working class and we have a goddamn revolution.
And there are liberals who have gotten mad at me for criticizing, the morality in the politics of pseudo-socialists like AOC or Ilhan Omar, or whoever else. Like, they base their socialism on their morality, off the idea of, I don't want people to die because they don't have access to healthcare. Which is like, of course, we none of us want that, but you still need a material analysis of the economy. You still need to apply dialectical materialism. Otherwise, you're going to end up in positions where you're supporting imperialism, where you're voting for the Iron Dome, where you're voting for the expansion of U.S. militarism, and AOC says, she's against militarism still, but really, from the outside looking in, it looks like she's just been co-opted by, the State Department and the U.S. empire. It's like, this is the reason, you don't lead with morality, and because, then you're easily influenced by the people you're around, because you don't have any principles to base yourselves in. It's like, I was reading Stalin today, and he talks about how your tactics should change, and strategy can change too, but ultimately strategy changes slowly, and it doesn't change that much. Our strategy is to attack the foundations of capitalism, to organize workers, and there's no exact formula for how it should go, but there is a sort of broad formula. Holy crap, we just went up a ton of followers. We have 134 people in here now. So I don't know if we got rated or if that's people from TikTok, but either way, welcome to the stream.
I wanted to add, you mentioned militarism and AOC. Even the word militarism is a little bit scary. It's like if you have a tree you have to chop down and you're like, that fucking branch. No, you should be thinking about the root. How to tear it by the root. And militarism is just one aspect, one element of imperialism. And in some cases, if imperialism is actually successful, militarism doesn't even appear, right? Militarism doesn't appear. If the institutions of finance capital like the IMF and the World Bank are really successful, militarism doesn't appear. So if you just look at imperialism in terms of militarism, you're missing it. You're missing it. The other thing that I wanted to mention is what Eddie said about the moralizing. The moralizing, of course, there's a moral critique of capitalism. We're all appalled by the conditions that capitalism has the vast majority of humanity. We're all appalled by it. But that's not our strong argument. Our strong argument is based on a scientific study of the existing conditions, which is able to clearly grasp what are the contradictions in capital that will necessitate, at one point or another, conditions for revolution. And if people act on those conditions, we will have a revolution. That's the strong argument. And this is something that Adam Schaff, one of the directors of the Polish, I believe, Institute for Marxism, but one of the best minds of Eastern socialism, Adam Schaff, he criticized those in the Western humanist tradition, even though he was a humanist himself, a Marxist humanist. He criticized them because they emphasized only the moral element of Marxism. And in so doing, it's a whole lot easier argument against Marxism. If you don't have to beat the science that Marx and Engels developed, and you only have to beat the moral arguments, you have a monster that's a whole lot smaller in front of you. And that's not to say that we should forget the moral argument. I think that the metaphor that Daniel de Leon, one of the key leaders of the Socialist Labor Party of the US, one of the few original Marxist thinkers that we've had in our past history, he has an analogy of a ship where he says that, look, the bottom of the ship is like the scientific analysis and the sails are the moral critique. In order to carry out a revolution, just like in order to have a ship sail, you need both. If you only have sails, you don't have a ship to move in. And if you only have the sort of ship, you don't have the sails so that the wind can carry you forth. And I think that's the essence of how we should look at the dialectic of the moral and the scientific analysis in the approach towards revolution.
100%. I think it also, when we only have that moral critique, it leads us very easily into moral manipulations, right? Because there's no concrete material grounding of what we're saying. So we can fall into a right opportunism because someone said something that sounds good morally, and then it's all a sort of war of rhetoric, right? Where we're, looking up to people that are voting to steal money from our working class and fund what's quickly turning into a possibility of World War III on behalf of doctrinaire Nazis, right? And when you say these are doctrinaire Nazis, you're called ultra left or whatever, but there's also no material basis for that because it's, again, just this surface level moral critique based in dogmas. And when we talk about Stalin and foundations of Leninism, which is what Eddie was quoting from earlier, he explains how this develops, the material and economic foundation for it. And it's just like the period we got out of, the sort of relatively peaceful development of capitalism. Before this acute period we're in now, that's where we were within the USA. All of the violence and brutality was without, right? But now it's here, it's in our faces, and we've had Marxism get so beaten back and repressed that we need to get out of all of these dogmas and things that developed, that Stalin talks about developing within the Second International now, right now. We don't have time to, tail around after bourgeois movements and bourgeois stability to try to keep the system going. We need to attack it while it's weak, right? Where it's weak, and get strong where we're strong.
Stalin also talks about a dialectic, since we're talking about principles of Leninism, he talks about a dialectic between the new and the old. The new strategies, the new forms of organizing, and the new organizations which carry out, class struggle. These evolve over time, and there's a dialectic between new and old, and we need to keep, what's good from the old. But we also need to continually advance and continually change our strategy and adapt our strategy to changing conditions, because we understand that the world is not static. It's always changing. So Tyler Moore here in the YouTube chat says we need some sort of tradition. It's just like Sandinismo in Nicaragua, where we can draw from historical figures and theorists like De Leon, Debs, Douglas, Huey P. Newton, and create a modern expression. I think that's a really good idea. We obviously have the horrific neocon Republican Party in this country, who claims to be the party of tradition and conserving things. So we often disavow any sort of traditionalism as right wing and as anti-socialist and wrong. But there's certain things that can be upheld. There's you can't just look on the past and say, oh, that was all evil and wrong, because my modern morality is a little bit different than the morality of people who lived 200 years ago. You can hold up these figures who have struggled against racism, capitalism, and imperialism, even in a country like the United States, which is the hub of capitalist imperialism today. And Nicaragua is a good example of that. There were actually 3 factions within the Sandinista party during their revolutionary struggle, and the faction that's won out and the faction that's in power today is the one that drew on Catholicism and sort of drew on the Catholic tradition that was strong amongst the masses of Nicaragua. And I think we should, as this comrade is saying, draw on our history and draw on the struggles of the past and the good parts about that. Like there's a classic picture of CPUSA, with a giant picture of Lincoln, or a giant statue of Lincoln. And that's what I mean with the dialectic of the new and the old. There's some old stuff that CPUSA used to do, or that the communist parties and organizers used to do, that I think they should bring back today. And some of that, kind of leans into embracing tradition, almost not in the same way that the Republican Party does. Obviously, we're communists, but capitalizing on some of the things that people hold dear, or maybe going to the churches, which are people's place of community, and explaining how Christianity overlaps with socialism, stuff like that.
That's at the core. Just real quick, Noah, sorry. That's at the core of our project. When we started, that was like one of the 3 main things that we're like, look, most of the people who call themselves socialists right now are really fucking up here. They're accepting the great myth of bourgeois historians, of bourgeois media pundits, which is that America is on one side, socialism is on the other. There's an impenetrable gulf between the two. And that couldn't be any farther from the truth. In the 19th century, most utopian socialist experiments occurred in the US. Okay, so modern socialism begins to take place in the US. And that part that you're talking about, Eddie, of embracing something from the old, that's nothing new. That's basic dialectics, right? It's just that people are within the mind frame of bourgeois metaphysical thought and of liberalism that seeks to understand the new as wholly separate from the old. The new cannot be contaminated. It's almost like I don't know if it's a disease, but people that have to separate their food, right? They can have the food up, right? The new cannot be mixed up with the old, and they forget
OCD.
OCD. They forget that Marx said that socialism is born and it has the birthmarks of the previous order. And so nothing is ever pure. In order to overcome contradictions, you have to take a little bit of what was there and elevate it into something new while canceling some of the previous things that were there. That's how you approach contradiction as a dialectician. We're not Kantians, where when we see an antinomy, when we see a contradiction, we go, and we back up. No, we look for ways to overcome it. And the ways to overcome contradictions arise out of the contradiction itself. So if we're talking about the contradictions that U.S. capitalism in its specific historical forms have had, they're not going to come from outside. They're going to come from here. The contradictions themselves are going to tell us how do we move forward. But in order to do that, you need theory, because you need to analyze it concretely. And today, everyone has a sort of, everyone's scared of theory because they think theory and they think this obscurantism of French Marxism and of post-Marxism. No, we need real Marxist theory in order to understand the world concretely and know what are the best ways to change it. It's that simple. And that's nothing new, right? It's Eddie, you mentioned, we need that I say sometimes things that appear new. None of this is new. This is just Marxism, Leninism that we haven't had.
I'm constantly told, like, you have all these ideas and blah. I'm like, these are just Lenin and Marx's ideas. I'm just the first one to tell them to you. And what Carlos is saying is like the first fundamental thing to learn about Marxism. The material premise that the new thing is built from is the old thing. The old thing is concrete. It's here. It's right in front of us. It's our society. It builds, that is the sort of bricks and mortar that we build the new society out of.
And this has been
I just have one more thing.
Yeah, finish. Yeah, for sure.
This sort of need to develop our own thing here is what we've been missing. And this is what my whole book is about that I'm writing, is developing American Marxism out of the American society and a sort of creating for our new era a Marxism, Leninism, fill in the blankism. The whole book is a call to do that.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, great points by all of you, that's been happening since Lenin, where Lenin is just repeating stuff Marx said, or Stalin is just repeating stuff Lenin and Marx said, and people are like, oh, this is groundbreaking, or these are new ideas, or, you know, they'll even say you're distorting Marxism if Lenin repeats some stuff that Marx said, and it's like, no, you know, we're literally just repeating stuff that was sometimes said in the like mid 19th century. Or 20th century, sorry.
And applied, and that's why sometimes it looks new, because the essence of Marxism is not a dogma. It's not like a Bible that you read and whatever it says, that's it. It's going to stay like that forever. That's not Marxism. Marxism is a method, it's an outlook, and you have to constantly apply it. In Latin America, there's Bolivarian socialism, okay? In China, there's socialism with Chinese characteristics. In the US, we're going to have a socialism that's going to have to be connected to the concrete contradictions that we have here, to our concrete situation, and to the collective history that we reflect on when we engage in the struggle. That's just an objective fact. And the people that are not able to understand this are working within that idealist framework that thinks of socialism as this pure thing separated from the ugliness of the existing order. That's not how socialism is going to arise. We have to build on what we have. We don't have this ideal proletariat. We have the one that we have, and we have to build on that. And we have to build on our traditions. Two chihuahuas in the background. My bad.
It's so true. And it brings up another thing I wanted to get into, and it went in and out of my mind. Remember earlier when you said you've never seen that happen? You just saw it happen.
I jinxed it.
Right. It brings up internationalism, which is going to be one of the next 1 Minute Marx videos, because of this sort of thing we've been talking about all along, the bourgeois ideology that none of us are free of, that affects all of us, including me, including Eddie, including Carlos, all of us, and we have to unlearn it. We get this sort of idea that because we say we are internationalists, it means we abandon our own country, our own working class, and this form of the universal class struggle, when nothing could be further from the truth. The genuine internationalist position is that we need to take power here in order to work on the international scale. Because otherwise, what are we doing? Saying, yay, China? What does that do, right? Yay, Venezuela? I support. What do you support? I support this. You support that. No one cares, right? We need power. And that is how we affect an actual, genuine internationalism. As socialism grows here, there, nationally, on a national scale, it actualizes itself. It realizes itself within the real world, and then the international picture slowly becomes more important.
Absolutely. And one of the examples that I often use, it comes from a source that it's another one of these that I appreciate some of his stuff, but I overall disagree with him. And it's Michael Hart. There's this movie, The Examined Life. Socrates' quote is, "The unexamined life is not worth living." The movie plays on that because it's a series of interviews on philosophers, and it's called The Examined Life. And the interview that they give Michael Hart focuses on how do we think about revolution. And I remember he's in a little canoe while they're doing the interview, and he talks about the time that he went to Nicaragua during the Sandinista revolution, and he goes there and he asks, "I'm here from the US. I agree with you. What can I do to help you?" and they told him to his face, go the fuck back home and have a revolution over there. The biggest enemies of the revolution here is the empire. If you really want to help us here, if you really want to be an internationalist, yes, deconstruct imperialist propaganda, that's essential, of course, but have a revolution in your country. Overthrow the empire, establish a worker state, which is the only way that the empire is going to fall. The empire is not going to just collapse. No, the empire is going to be taken over by a worker state. That's the only way historically that is possible. And that's what the third world, that's what the East, that's what those fighting against imperialism want us to do. They want us to get our shit together, to organize the working class and to grab power. Not to keep self-flagellating through our purity guilt. No, that's not what they want us to do. They want us to own up to our traditions, to use them in a revolutionary manner and grab power so that we can abolish the empire and allow socialism to flourish around the world.
I really like this comment here from Big Haywood that says, when people are brought up in Western liberal society where they are taught to view everything through racial, nationalistic, sexual, religious lenses, they tend to explain everything in such a way. And this is true, and it reminds me of something I've heard Marxists say, like Jiangju is calls himself a Bolshevik beat maker. He's a rapper and Marxist-Leninist from China. He says that radlibs or Baizhou, or is that the Chinese word for it? Baizuo, yeah, their word for Western leftists. He says a lot of them are the most racist people he's ever met, because they as this person said in the comments, they view everything through a liberal lens, so they explain everything that way. And then even when they try and combat their own internal racism, as they call it, they end up doing it just by looking at everything through a racial lens and being race essentialists. And it's easy, like, even though liberal society maybe doesn't explicitly push ideas of scientific racism, it has for years, just by like avoiding teaching about colonialism and teaching about imperialism as an economic system, which is what has caused Latin America and Africa to be underdeveloped. But they don't teach scientific racism anymore, but they do teach you to see everything, through a nationalistic and racial lens. And then, you have half the world with a majority Black and brown people who don't have as much wealth. And it leads people down a path to a lot of racist ideas, when the antithesis to those ideas is Marxism, is materialism, is seeing that material factors allowed for industrialization to come to Europe first, and then Europe, after class society developed, imperialism and colonialism allowed them to exploit a lot of the world. And there are material explanations for all of this, but by taking that materialism and that Marxist analysis out of the education system, you have a lot of people who are susceptible to liberal ideas and race essentialist, racist, discriminatory ideas.
It's funny because it's the exact same logic as the old race realists, right? And all they're doing is saying, but I feel bad about it. And it's that same self-flagellation, right? It's that self-flagellation comes into it and is so important as part of the purity fetish, because when you criticize it, you're saying, either you're told that, oh, are you saying people don't suffer? No, of course not. We're saying everyone suffers and has a material shared interest in fighting against capitalism, right? If you're telling the masses, the majority of a country, you have it too good, this system provides for you just fine, you need to feel bad about how good you have it and how bad other people have it, you're telling them, whether you mean to or not, don't revolt. This system works for you. It's great. You're just fine. These other people you don't even know, maybe you should feel bad for them or try to make things better for them. Definitely don't go to them and say, brother, we have the same struggle. Let's fight our enemy together. Don't do that. Tell them, yeah, we get it. You fight your enemy. We'll cheer you on from the sidelines.
Just post a black square on Instagram, and then you are a good person politically.
And what's insane is that a lot of these people, you'll see it in their bio, Marxism, Leninism, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. It's like, have you read any of the people who you identify with their names. Like, they're not saying only organize this part of the working class. I mean, for God's sake, read Mao. Read even Mao, the letters that he sends to the US about the oppression of black people here. He's always emphasizing the commonality of the struggle against imperialism abroad, of black people in here, and of the working masses in the US. It's a common struggle, and if we continue to fall into the divisions that the bourgeoisie artificially creates for us in order to be divided and weak, we're not going to grab power. I mean, read Lenin's left-wing communism. He takes it to points that I probably wouldn't even agree with. He says that there's parts of the Russian working class that are in some pretty fucked up racist organizations that we should go to and organize them out of. Maybe, I don't know, that'd be sort of the equivalent of like going to the KKK. I don't think we should be doing that, but that's what Lenin is saying. And today, if you say that maybe we shouldn't just cancel out every conservative worker, that they have the potential to change, and if you don't go talk to them, then they're definitely going to go to fascism, because they realize that their life is fucked up and that the established order isn't doing it, and they don't know communism is an option because you want to fucking approach them. You want to approach them, who are they going to go to? They're going to go to the far right. So that's the 100%. Only way to tackle the problem, is to approach people where they're at. If they have fucked up views, help them overcome it. This is just basics. And the fact that communists are not registering this in their head makes you think, what are you doing? What political education have you had?
It's funny because it's not even just
one sec. No, I want to introduce our new guest. This is Andy.
What's up, brother?
We met on TikTok. He just sent me 2 signed Dr. Parenti books.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you for that, Andy.
Real quick, just to finish what I was saying, and then I'll give the floor to Andy here. It's not even just conservatives. It's people who aren't liberals, who aren't liberal activists, right? Everybody but them. I mean, have you ever actually seen any liberal group turn communist or begin following communists? No, they stay liberals, right? And they yell at you about the things that you disagree with them on. And you either get subsumed or you don't. We need to, it's all of people, and frankly, liberals are kind of, maybe should be considered even a last resort, as opposed to the vast majority of the working class who are completely unaffiliated and jaded with the entire thing.
Well, with the liberals, it depends on their class position too.
Right.
You know, a proletarian liberal is going to be easier to talk to than one who owns a bank, you know, or it's a shareholder at Goldman Sachs or whatever, and they just use liberal identity politics, you know, to enforce their own class interests. Because we've had this conversation a bunch, like, who's better to reach out to, liberals or conservatives? It's like, well, why are we even looking at it through that framework? You know, like it's all about that class position.
You know what's crazy? Oh, finish. Sorry.
Oh, and I just want to say to Andy, feel free to hop in anytime you got something to say too.
Yeah, I'm liking it so far, man, because my whole thing is like, I feel like I've had a hard time making friends with a lot of Marxist Leninists, just because, like, you know, sometimes they try to let in people, pull in a crowd that's like a little more live, and try and trick them into, well, yeah, that's interesting. That, you know, that comes from class, struggling. And I've noticed that for me, it's always been really easy to go into like conservative spaces because I'm really abrasive, and they like abrasive people. They like, yeah, you know, grab them by the hoo-ha. Like they like that kind of abrasive, like, in your face, like edgy. But it's funny because it really does come down to, like, sometimes they're more open because, I don't know if it's maybe, you know, I don't know what it is, but sometimes they're more open to critiques, which is weird. I don't know when that happened. You know, it used to be that people, libs or lefties, right, were the ones who were like always doubting things and always trying to cast out. But now we have this weird thing where it's like the right wingers are the conspiracy theorists, and they're, you know, the conservatives are the ones that are more like open to discussion or whatever. I don't know, dude. But I'm enjoying the conversation anyways. I'm Andy. Hi. Hello, everyone.
What's up, Andy? Good to meet you. I think that's because there has been a shift in the base of where it is that the working class is voting. The working class used to be with the Democrats, and they realized that, over the last 50 years, the Democrats are no longer the at least somewhat seemingly working class party, right? So they have shifted, and there's no really other viable political alternative, at least that they can see. I mean, at some point, I was talking to Tom Riggins, our chief counseling editor. He was telling me that when he was young and he would put just the TV on in some of the national channels, when political debates came on, everyone had 30 minutes to talk, right? And so he would see the Socialist Labor Party candidate, the Socialist candidate, the Communist candidate, and the Democrats and the Republicans. I mean, today we don't even have that. People have no exposure except through social media, but we know how algorithm works. But people have no exposure to alternatives, and so these discontent workers see that the only alternative is the Republican Party, and then you have this buffoon Trump painting himself as a non-establishment candidate, as someone who's going to drain the swamp. It's only natural that they're going over there, and instead of moralizing and pointing at them and wagging our finger, that should only motivate us more to go over there and tell them, look, that's not the answer. The answer is with socialism. Trump is not the answer. The answer is socialism.
And there's also a weird situation now with what's going on in Ukraine, where because the Biden administration is who's in power, they have to justify funding and arming literal neo-Nazis, So you have the Democratic Party is now becoming the party of openly backing Nazis, and NATO is becoming this organization, which some would argue it's always been, sort of an extension of the, imperialist powers in World War II. Or it's been, an organization that rose from the ashes, and was used to enforce imperialism or fascism, to violently suppress communism anywhere it arises. But now, it's the Democrats who are supporting that. And you have figures like Tucker Carlson, who I think he's a charlatan and, he's a propagandist for the ruling class, the right wing of capital. But he's calling out the situation in Ukraine. And like, if you talk to conservatives right now on the ground, or people who don't vote, independents, which is a lot of Americans, they're, a lot of them are skeptical of Ukraine. A lot of them are like, why are we dumping all this money into Ukraine when gas prices are so high? And they're super, super open to socialist ideology.
That's a communist line, right? That's why are we like funding Nazis and trying to go to war while our children are going hungry? Right. And it was this like super far right woman, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who hit the entire Senate with like a left hook. Right. Where were the communist voices saying that? Where were we saying that? It was a right winger who said that. And I think a lot of this came like sort of change in just the atmosphere and culture within these things. Happened during the neocon movement, right? Do you guys? I'm a little bit older. Do you guys remember the moral majority? And it was moralizing everything from the conservative position, but it seems that's flipped now. It's no longer within the Republican Party. It's within the Democratic Party. They are now the moral majority, and it alienates the working class just like it did back then.
It's so funny because when Eddie was saying like, I walked by a daycare or preschool or something, and they have like little pictures the kids draw up on the wall, and one of them was like pride, and it was a rainbow, and I was like, oh, okay, like it's like a probably left, liberal like spot, they have the kids drawing like the pride, and next to it was the Slava Ukraina, and I was like, oh my god, dude, like, hey, I hate to break it to you kids, the Slava Zucchini people, they're not into pride at all, and it's funny. I actually want to ask you guys this because, like, when you're like a Marxist Leninist and you're like trying to explain the cycles and Bush and Gore and Barack Obama and Trump, and then with Biden, I'm sure many of you said this, right? I don't know if I'm sure many of you said this, where it was like, hey, if we don't do real change now, Biden's not enough. You voted for Biden, great. That's not enough. And it's going to be bad, and people are going to attribute it to this, and it's going to go super far the other way. Be careful. And you make that warning, but it's crazy to like, it's one thing to say it abstractly, like, yeah, the society is about to go crazy right wing because people are going to attribute all of this to the liberalism and call that leftism. But it's insane to see. I'm in California. Gas is $7.30, $7.40, $7.25. People are like everywhere. It's Biden's fault. It's Biden's fault. It's the liberals. It's the leftists. Whatever. It's the communists. The anarchists. I'm like terrified. I don't know what you guys think, but it's like one thing to say it's going to happen, but it's another thing to see the looming coming like bad times. And I don't know. Maybe I'm being crazy, but I feel like bad times are coming, huh?
You're
No.
right. It's the
Go ahead.
the people who have had the most severe case of what's being called Trump derangement syndrome, who are just tying fucking everything to Trump. Even self-proclaimed communists, instead of looking at capitalism, no, it's Trump, it's Trump. They forget where the fuck did Trump come from? Where did he come from? Who was president for 8 years before Trump? In the Midwest, a lot of the places that went Obama went Trump. Why? And is your solution to that to go back to the same thing that gave us Trump in the first place? The Obama neoliberalism created the conditions for Trump. And your solution for it is to go back to the thing right before that led to the thing you don't like. You're just going to go in a fucking circle.
And to add to that, Carlos, to do it so poorly that when he comes back, he's just going to be like, folks, and I got to tell you, look at these incredible gas prices. I mean, God, do you remember gas was so good when I was president? But Sleepy Biden's got gas too high. We're in war with Ukraine. I ended the war with North Korea. I ended the war in Syria. And and as a normal human, you're going to be like, huh, yeah, like I did get a couple checks and like he did like all right with COVID, didn't it? Like you're going to look back on it, and as things are progressively getting like more and more apocalyptic, you're like, hey, this guy's got a point. Let's vote for the Trump Jugend, like,
Absolutely. And I was reading Foundations of Leninism today, and they're talking about how in times of political crisis, the Communist Party and the organized workers, organized proletariat needs to learn from their experiences, and even their experiences within parliamentarism or within the bourgeois government. And one of the experiences that they're learning about is, trying to stick exclusively to parliamentary struggle or siding with the Social Democrats. This is the stuff that he's talking about. And he also says that one of the most important things to do in non-revolutionary times is to just train a bunch of communists, right? Which is, Carlos and I threw a bunch of our energy into the Bernie campaign, which was what it was. But what I wish we would have been doing is just using that campaign to reach people about communism, socialism, teach them Marxism. Because once you have people who are communists and they're making a material analysis of the world, I feel like they can learn from those things. They can be like, okay, I get it. Obama led to Trump, and then Biden is just a charlatan and a liar, and he actually just serves the capitalists, and that's what's going to allow Trump to win again. So this lesser of two evils, voting for the liberal who's slightly less racist than the conservative, is not going to actually get us out of this political crisis that we're in, an economic crisis that we're in. So yeah, I just think the goal right now is theoretical training and organizing workers as much as we can against both these freaking parties.
Education, right? We've been talking about what is missing this whole time? Basic Marxism, right? We get that, and the sky is the limit. And it's funny because if you realize why we're created now, right? How did we develop as who we are? How do the thousands of people learning this stuff right now develop who we are? It's our conditions that did this, right? As things get worse, and they are getting worse, just like you said, Andy, more and more of us are going to be like this, and we're going to keep going and going. And it's a very optimistic time, even if it looks on the surface as if things are going to get scary. That necessarily leads to more of us. And as we learn more and organize better, we're going to overcome all those old dogmas, all the mistakes and tactics and strategy, and sort of a lack of dynamism. That all gets fixed. It isn't, we hope communism wins. It's communism will win.
Do you have something to say, Andy? I saw you raising your hand there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I always have some shit to say, but I don't know. Is that okay
Don't
to
we
say
all?
bad words? I'm like,
No, you're allowed to swear for sure.
Okay.
I've been
And you're
swearing
definitely-
a lot tonight.
Definitely allowed to do the Trump impression again. That was
Okay.
hilarious.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, a lot of people say I do an incredible Trump, and it's not just the voice, folks; it's the mannerisms. Okay, and I can give you, and if you sign up to the Patreon for Midwestern Marks, you spend money, I'll give you a little hip pocket class on how to do it, folks. So you might want to donate. But what I want to say, man, is like,
I need to hook you up with my son and have you and him have a conversation as Obama and Trump together.
oh, I'm so
My son
down.
does. He's 12 and he does the best Obama impression ever.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm so down. Trump voice is my favorite thing to do, man. The whole world, fucking absolutely incredible. But I will say that's what drew me to, because I met Eddie. This is how I met Eddie. I opened the app. I was like, man, this app fucking sucks. You know, it was like little dancing, fun, whatever. And then I saw like some video Eddie made where I was like, who's this white boy? And I like zoomed in and I was like, damn, this white boy's based. Like, whoa, what the, like some defense of Soviet Union or something. And as I kept watching the videos, and then I made some video where I got triggered by some, Ukrainian, like my grandparents' castle was taken away video or something. And I made a response to it. But I was kind of like, I got really into TikTok because of Eddie, because I was like, wow, man, this guy's out here, Midwestern Marks is doing this thing where they're educating people with, like you said, it's little basics that you really have to understand to be able to like get through 90% of the bullshit. So like materialism, right? Materialism. That's like an easy way to just, if you can get someone to sign off on like, yeah, that makes sense. Like your conditions are what lead to your actions and to like the environment you're in. Then when someone's like 13% plus 15%, 50% of the crimes, 88% of the population or whatever, you can be like, okay, so what? Like I have a material analysis for that. I have a material analysis for everything. I'm able to think about these situations and tell you that the answer isn't like, oh, the runes make me magic. Hi, hey, I believe in runes and they make me magic. I can tell you, no, it's because of this and this and this and this historical precedent and blah, blah, blah. So, well, I love Midwestern Marks. I think like it's the one account when people would say, man, we're out here on TikTok educating. I was like, I'm not educating, I'm bullying. Eddie's on TikTok educating, okay? Because it's like those little videos, maybe that's what's gonna take, like a big thing that radicalized me was listening to Choking Victim with the little Parenti clips. And they put little Parenti clips in it and I was like, who the hell is this? Or listening to Dead Prez and listening to little clips. So little ideas like that, I kind of do believe if it's a wide-reaching enough thing and polished, maybe.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
Go ahead, Naz.
I've come around on it because I guess we always tend to sort of downplay the influence we're having because you never want to be like, we're changing the world with our TikToks, with our music leads. But I have come around on it, and because I've been reading more Mao and Stalin, people who were part of successful revolutions and successful socialist construction, and they are always hammering the importance of ideological struggle, as is Lenin. I think, sometimes we've had a tendency to encourage people to organize economically because we want people to organize in real life. We want our what we're doing on here to be translated into real organizing, otherwise it's worthless. But economism is a thing, and it's a thing that Lenin wrote against. You can focus too much on the economy, and he said economism is the ideology of trade unionism. So we've encouraged people to get active in the unions and unionize, which yes, we definitely encourage people to do that. But ideological struggle is just as necessary. They need to be combined. You need to be combine the theoretical and ideological struggle, especially in the era of imperialism, where imperialism is the main contradiction, and you have to break through all these lies. And yeah, I think our TikTok, and we've started posting on TikTok again. I think it has reached people, and I'm starting to see why that is actually useful in real life and how we can translate it into real results.
And Eddie, I don't want to cut you off, but like the big thing for me when I was looking at TikTok was like, okay, Eddie is someone who is getting enough traction or clout or whatever. It just happens to be right. Materialism, material conditions. Eddie's in this situation where it happens to be that Eddie's videos get this many views and this many whatever. And I think like a big reason for why a lot of the Seabasses and the Bens and all these people hated you is because kids were seeing your video right after they saw the 1488 super edit of Little Dark Age, like, and it was influencing people. I think you like actually were someone on the app that it has an influence. And so, you know, I think you do have to sometimes acknowledge like Hassan or you or like people who are, you know, a little bigger accounts, like, hey, I have an influence and I have to use it.
Even when you're not that big, people who are attracted to communism and really genuinely want to dedicate their lives to the class struggle and genuinely become real communists, they won't hesitate to tell you. Like, I get messages all the time via Twitter that like, thank you so much for what you do. And you know, I'm nobody, right? Like, nobody knows who I am. But I get these like at least once a week, random people. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. You got me into Marxism. You got me to start learning dialectical materialism instead of being, you know, content where I was with just a radical liberalism that I thought was communism. You got me to question. And it's, oh, thank you so much, Alice. That's awesome. Awesome. But yeah, it's every time I do that, I get one of those. It's you'd think it would like trigger your ego or whatever. It's not like that at all. It just inspires me by how dedicated these people are. You know what I mean? That they would even do that, and it shows that what we're doing works.
Absolutely. Like you were saying earlier, the truth is on our side, right? We have the right theory. Marx and Hegel had to figure all these things out. You know, we have less to figure out. We just have to apply it and figure out our strategy and tactics as we go.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Like, I'll read Hegel, or I'll read Marx, and then I'll think, Jesus, like, I've read the stuff they've read, but that leap from what they've read to how they got to the things they wrote is like, holy shit. You know, there has to be an element of like genius here. There has to be, right? Engels was smart, man. Engels was really smart. He was perhaps even from an earlier age than Marx publishing better works. Like, Engels wrote The Conditions of the Working Class in England when he was 24. 24. That's just insane. Imagine.
I hate to tell you what I was doing at 24.
But he
like,
was really smart, and he said that, look, I'm okay, but Marx, that's another fucking level. That's another level. And the reality is that we have the work that all we have to do is build on it. We don't have to like uniquely create something new from like Marx had to do. All we have to do is continue to work on it and apply it to our circumstance. I remember when Eddie, when we started Midwestern Marx, he was like, I'm making these videos on TikTok. I was like, what? That's the dancing app. What are you gonna do through that? It started blowing up, and I was like, oh my God. And it started shifting people to the other parts of our project. And that's what you have to do. You have to adjust to the circumstances. People are not like they were 150 years ago, just going to bookstores, picking up things and reading whole pamphlets. That's not what people are doing, right? That might be something we want them to start doing because we find value in that, but that's not what people are doing. So we have to hit them with the 1 minute marks. We have to hit them with the TikToks. We have to hit them with the Twitter threads. We have to hit them in the means in which they are in order to then pull them
they're at work on a break scrolling the damn app for 15 minutes, you know? They're like, and then they see one of your guys' posts, and it's maybe sparking like an idea about like, damn, I can't buy one off what I make in an hour. What the fuck? Like, I can't buy one off what I make in an hour. And I think I think Noah was saying it, but what, like, one thing someone said, or maybe it was Eddie, about, or what this is about, right? The not having to invent the art, like not inventing it. That's why a guy like me, who I'm all right. I'm not like, I kind of downplay myself sometimes, but I'm not the smartest guy, right? I haven't read a lot. I'm not the smartest dude in the whole world, but I go into debates with Ben and all these different, you know, anyone I've debated on TikTok, and we have like the 300-400 people watching, and I'm just absolutely crushing them because I don't have to reinvent something. I'm using materialist perspective, dialectical materialism, to say, okay, wait, well, what you just said, that doesn't make sense. That's my favorite one's the contradictions. The contradictions, right? And the fascists actually kind of are low-key good at that too, right? They point out the contradictions. They just have a crazy moonball idea about the runes and the pyramids united, and that's why this essence is blah, 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 and Slava Ukraina. But that's why it's so easy to argue with these fools, because like you guys are saying, it's just like, I'm right. Like, this is the truth. I don't have to make up some demagoguery and just twist the facts and shit.
And we just published the classical text of Marxism. We were talking about how like imperialism solved all the stuff I'd been studying in political science for years, you know, like Lenin's short 100-page book. Like, you know, it's good to keep studying and have a really broad knowledge. The more you read, the better. But also, you know, there's some short pamphlets that explain a whole lot and will give you a whole lot of weapons in debates, or ways to explain things.
It's weird. I was asked recently, like, how do you see yourself within the communist movement? Like, describe yourself to me, by a coworker. And I had to think about it. And I was like, well, I mean, really, I'm just a student, right? Like, I haven't created my own system. I haven't made these great discoveries of thought and knowledge that people like Hegel and Marx made. I'm learning from them and applying it. That's it. And he was like, really? I would say you're a teacher. I'm like, no, these guys are the teachers. Like, I'm literally just like poorly articulating what they said to you. That's it. That's all I'm doing. And the only reason like it sounds so great is because it's been kept from you. It was written in a way to sound great to you already, right? Anytime I talk to, I'm not an intellectual, right? I'm not an academic. I'm a fucking carpenter.
I can tell from your voice, dude. I don't know you, but I can tell from your voice.
I'm an academic.
No, that you're not an academic.
Oh, right. I'm a fucking carpenter, right? And I'm blown away by some of the discoveries people that have the time to devote to thinking like that make. And we have this weird, like, sort of impression where we should, like, not like that or whatever, but all it does to me is inspires me and keeps me going and learning from them. I learned so much just from being able to talk Hegel with Carlos, right? Or Carlos and Eddie and I had like a 20-minute conversation right before this, and I was learning things even then, to say nothing of when I first began understanding Hegel and came to that, oh shit, I never knew what Marx meant moment that I think all of us have at some point, right? It's amazing just to be able to learn these things. So then all we have to really do is apply them.
Absolutely. Carlos, you're muted.
I thought I was muted before, so I thought my negation was an actual negation, but it was a negation of the negation, and I just muted myself. But since what we have in our hands is not a dogma, what we have in our hands is a living tool for revolutionary change, we have to realize that there's no formula for revolution, right? But there's some essential elements that, if we look at the past, we know have to be there in order for revolution to take place. And I think that it's fair to say that there's three. There has to be an objective crisis, which means people's conditions have to get really bad. And we have that. We've had that for a while. We've had crisis after crisis after crisis after crisis. And we're not done with one, and a new one pops up. And we have the objective elements for revolution. The other side of it is the subjective and the organizational element. You need to have the subjective so that you can understand why it is that the objective conditions are bad, and so that you can understand how it is that you should change it. And the organizational element is when you do that with other people and you actually try to change it. So there's three factors that you need for revolution. I think we have overwhelmingly the objective conditions here. Half of the working class is one lost paycheck away from going homeless. And that doesn't even include the fact that 600,000 Americans are homeless when we have 10 times as many homes as homeless people. It's absolutely absurd. So the objective conditions are there. And if we're not succeeding, we have to ask, what is missing? What is missing? And what's missing is the subjective conditions. We need people to ideologically be able to understand that the root of their issues are in capitalism, and that they have to organize themselves along class lines in a revolutionary manner in order to change, in order to create a society that prioritizes people and planet and not profit. And so that is what I see our job here as. It's an educational role, as you said, Noah. Education, education, education. As Lenin said, study, study, study. Right? There's a joke that I like to often give. I've given it to my classes before. Maybe it was too obscene for me to give it in class. But anyways, they asked Marx, if you have the opportunity to be with your wife or with the side lady, who would you be? And he says, as a good traditionalist, no, I'd be with my wife. Then they asked Engels the same question, and Engels was a little bit more active. He says, no, I'd be with the side woman. And then they asked Lenin, hey, if you had the opportunity to go either with your wife or with the side chick, who would you go with? And he says, well, I'd tell the wife I'm going with the side chick, and I'd tell the side chick I'm going with the wife, and I'd go to the library and I'd study, 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 right? It's so important to cultivate that subjective element, because at the end of the day, although history creates objective conditions for new modes of life to arise, it is people, the ones that grab onto those objective conditions and actualize them, and actualize the potential that arise out of them. So we need to build that, and that's done through education.
And
All right,
someone,
folks,
Two things real quick.
who's going?
I was actually going to answer this question.
Okay, yes, that's what I want to do.
One thing, another quote from Lenin about teaching and studying. I forget the amount of time, but he said something like, "Give me 1 year with the children, and I will give you Bolsheviks for life." Right? Which is, I mean, that's Lenin, right? He's one of our greatest teachers. But someone says there's still a reformist, and I forget what the last part of that was. You sure there's no chance for reform? Of course there are chances for reform. But we should remember that a revolution is not something we will into existence, something that we choose, something that we volunteer to do. A revolution is an objective development of society turning from the old thing into the new thing. And this can take whatever form history dictates, right? When we think about reforms and what we want, it was Stalin who taught us that these reforms must be based in getting us towards revolution. Whatever the form that takes, whatever the specific reforms they are, they must be in the interest of developing the contradictions of capitalism to their full, to the moment we call the negation of the negation, right? The creation of something big, because the negation itself, that is modernity, bourgeois society, is negated. And you know what? It's getting very late for me, brothers, sisters, everybody out there. Thank you so much for having me. I have to be up at 4 a.m. for work, and I have jambalaya waiting downstairs. I still have to eat. So
we appreciate you for sticking it with us this long, though.
My eyes are getting heavy.
Proletarian.
You know, old man Noah is in bed usually by like 8.
Yeah, this is late for you.
I'm gonna have.
Yeah, it was a pleasure meeting you too, Andy. Thank you to everybody who's in the chat right now. Carlos and Eddie, I love you guys. Take care. Have a great night, everyone.
Love you, brother. Take care.
You know,
I'm gonna have to get a rain check as well, because the way that my days are usually scheduled is workout, reading, stream, and I put stream in the middle. So now I got to go back to my reading and doing my writing and academic work. But it was great talking to Eddie, Noah, and it was great meeting you, Andy.
Nice meeting you too.
See you, Carlos. Thanks for coming on.
All right, brothers. Take care.
And Eddie, how many people you got watching this right now?
We got 99 still.
I just want to say to the 99 people in here, that's why Andrew made sure I ate right in front of you so you could see the disgusting consumption of this chicken, because I didn't want to deprive you guys of that. And you heard from Carlos and Noah, you want to be an Andrew Tate style grinder. Okay, grind set. You're on Tinder swiping, get off, go to the library, start reading Marx. Okay, you need to have some kind of Marx podcast. You have to do Marx at work. You got to be Marx all the time.
My last girlfriend, I was in the library, supposed to be doing homework, but I wasn't. I was reading Marx, of course, because I'm on that grind 100 emoji. And I saw, a girl there, and I started talking to her in the library, and she was just mind blown by how many books I had. And I said, you see these ears? This is actually my brain overflowing into my ears.
Yeah.
And then she was so impressed, we made love right there on the spot in the library. I got kicked out of school,
but you think a Sigma is going to worry about getting kicked out of a capitalist school, educational system that's priming you to be part of this wicked mode of production? I don't know, folks. I doubt it.
Exactly. That's what I told the board too.
Let me ask you, you going to be on here for a second, dude? Oh, you got...
Yeah, I'll hang out.
Zakamur anti-Putin. Slava. Wow, you got a little you got little snakes everywhere in this place.
Anti-Putin, that's not good.
Bees dits. Well, that's crazy. I mean, it's really, man, what blows my mind is like how scary of like a time it is, and how much we're at this like precipice of going either direction. And like one side of it is Slava spaghetti or whatever, and to me just very obviously like pushing Western hegemony to a point where like the alternative to Western hegemony is just like already not good, not great, but just going further and deeper into this like hellscape. Or man, like we could just take the mode of production. We could just change it so that all this waste that's happening because of the, how much of the waste is like planned obsolescence, planned waste, planned kind of like, yeah, that's the, that's how business works. And we could be planning it and centralizing and making it more efficient and like helping people out. Did you see the video where they say, the guy says, hey, everyone hates landlords. What's the alternative though? And then they explain the alternative. And they're like, yeah, in Austria, it's like 70% social housing. He goes, oh, okay, that's the alternative. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen that one specifically, but I've seen so many videos because landlords are all over TikTok. So they're like, we perform all these services for you. It's like, well, okay, but then I'm paying for the services that you perform and the money it takes you to perform those services, which costs, I don't know, like a few bucks a month, like $50 a month or
Some
so.
white paint.
And then the rest is just you're taking, you or the bank are taking as profits. Like I'm literally paying you for nothing. I'm paying you for living in shelter, which is, necessary in the modern age. I don't know, when I'm reading Stalin and they were going into the Cold War, they were saying world revolution is coming, and like they're talking about how imperialism is the main contradiction in the world, and as more countries move towards socialism, eventually there's a possibility that they encircle the imperialist countries, and then you'll have imperialism collapse and we can move to socialism, which as people in the US, we're already, I think if we look globally, we see the beginnings of that. I think Ukraine is a symbolic thing where, the US was continuing to bully Russia, continuing to not listen to Russia's demands, continually expanding NATO, with really no justification for it. And then Russia, lashed out and struck back, and the U.S. has, weapons contractors have made out well in Ukraine, but other sections of the American ruling class haven't. They've lost, or I don't know. It's hard to say. Like the American empire will continue to be involved in Ukraine after the conflict is done. They'll continue to pursue their interests, but I think you could consider this an L for the American empire overall, as we're moving towards this era of multipolarity. And as someone in the US, I'm just like, we need to have a socialist revolution here so we can begin economic construction and end militarism and begin end imperialism and begin, moving towards a foreign policy of mutual cooperation with these countries, of bringing everybody up out of poverty, which will obviously lead to, communism or world socialism. Or, the alternative in the US is we, watch the country collapse. We devolve into civil war as our country doesn't produce anything anymore. So if we allow the U.S. has bullied these countries forever. If they continue to move left and continue to move socialist and continue to ally against the empire is going to collapse, and that's going to affect the people at home. So it's like, do we move toward, the sooner we move towards socialism, the better. So I do think the world is moving, in that direction, at least an anti-imperialist direction, and imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. But I don't know if the U.S. is going to collapse, or if we're going to have a socialist revolution of our own.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's like because right, I assume most of these viewers live here in the U.S.
Yeah, probably.
And it's like, right, it's like what you said. It's literally that quote, socialism or barbarism, where like, I don't know, are you like going to be out there like fighting death growlers on the streets when like parts of the, I was talking to, I don't know if you know Andy, the other Andy, or maybe you know him by his TikTok username or something, Libertarian Stalinist. You remember that?
Oh, yep. I know him.
Yeah. And we were talking and he says, he's like, nah, man, I'm not worried about the collapse yet. He's like, when the collapse is happening, it's going to be super obvious to people like us. And the machine's still going to be telling you things are fine. It's going to be like, yeah, Delaware just like got captured by the Northeastern rebels, and parts of California are like, whatever, just like completely under martial law or whatever. And people are still going to, you're still going to be able to log on and watch Ryan Seacrest go on to, Jimmy Fallon and like whatever the fuck, because that's what we produce, right? Is like culture, propaganda. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you have so many guns and so many divided factions in this country. It's like, it's ripe for a popular revolution or a civil war, but like, communists are not ready for that. If a popular revolution pops off in this country, we're not going to be ready to be like, all right, let's form a communist faction and, fight for our interests.
It'll be like one in name that devolves into like being an example people use as like, oh, well, they were communists,
They called themselves communists, but they were actually right. And, that's how, like, people think the Russian Revolution was just Lenin organized workers until there was enough communists for them to take over the government. Like, it's not what it was. It was a popular revolution, and the proletarians and the peasants the proletarians and the party seized the moment to institute worker power and try and create a new kind of government. It's like, that's 100% what's going to happen in the U.S. as imperialism collapses. We're not going to have an explicitly communist revolution where we have a majority communist population or whatever. It's going to probably devolve into a popular revolution. There's going to be fighting in different factions, and you literally have communists out here like calling for the government to take our guns away, to take people's guns away. It's like, you have like liberals supporting neo-Nazis in the White House right now. You want them to take all the guns? Like, you trust them to do that in a way that's not autocratic and anti-worker?
It's just, no matter what you say, because you know what, you got into this. Maybe since you got Andy on here, it's good to like talk about Andrew topics, and I don't want to be like too much of like I always try and keep in mind that there's like a level to this that you can do without being like well, this guy's really into this. But it's like, I was driving. I live in the Bay Area, folks. Like, I live somewhere that's, San Francisco gay area. You're lefty, blah, blah. Like, it's the place that you think of as, the epicenter. Man, like an hour or two out of here, I was driving and I see this poster, this sign they're hanging from the freeway. It says, "White man, wake up. Your time has come." Like, what? Strapped up, ready to go, just posting it, dressed like, like undercover cops. Probably are like undercover cops. But then you have this video that I saw of some curly haired, like he looks light skinned, but he's not. I don't know who he is. He's like some popular leftist, and he's talking about, we've had so many school shootings, folks. It's time we start having the police do something about the guns. What are you talking about? You know how many times I've been school shot versus pulled off my bike and slammed up against a cruiser, or you know what I mean? Like Black and brown suffers so much more at the hands of the police. And if you doubt that, if you really honestly think there's a bigger like school shooting gun violence problem than there is of gun violence from the police and terrorism from the police on Black and brown, you're big tripping. You're not a POC, and if you are a POC, you grew up in whatever nice community you grew up in, wherever. No shame, no shade, but off where I grew up in, like, no, dude, like the police are terrifying. That's like something you deal with every day, of them beating you, batoning you, So, yeah, I don't get that at all, man. I don't know if you've understood that. I don't even know how to react to that when they say.
Well, you said it's perfect. Yeah, it's like the gangs were initially created because Black people needed to defend themselves against the police. They were created as a form of self-defense, and then the CIA funneled a bunch of drug money into those Black and brown neighborhoods, and the sort of black market of drugs became something the gangs were involved in. But now you have liberals who are supposedly anti-racist, who are supposedly in favor of the Black community, and supposedly think ACAB, that all police are bad, or that the police are a tool of class suppression, and they're arguing for the police to go into these Black communities and take the guns away. Take the guns away and take the organization. And obviously, I think we should develop these places economically so that gangs don't need to be a thing. But
man, are you cutting out for me, dude? I don't know if you're cutting out for everyone else too.
Am I? Dang it!
Is that just for me? Can somebody sound off?
Yeah. Let me know if I'm cutting out here.
I think sometimes they also are just like, because whenever maybe it's just me. Whenever I ask them, like, okay, how do you suppose that's going to happen, taking the guns away or doing whatever the fuck you want to do? The police are going to do it, right? And you start, well, hey, but 50% of the prison, 50%. Eventually, like, you do, I think most of them, like, when you bring that up, it's like almost like the first time they thought about it. And they go like, Right.
I mean, yeah, I think you're right. Because a lot of liberals don't think about things practically. It just goes back to idealism. They're saying things that sound right, that they think are popular, that they think is going to get likes on Instagram or whatever else. And it's like, are you thinking about how to implement these policies, right? Like, how are you going to implement your gun reform, and how's that actually going to affect Black communities? If I want to answer this question, because our comrade Paul So gave us a super chat. Thank you, Paul, for supporting the chat. But he says, thoughts on Maoism and ultra-leftism. So I love Mao. I love Mao's theories. I know some people have differentiated between Maoism and Mao Zedong thought because they don't like Oops. I might have to mute you here, Andy, real quick while you try and figure everything out. So we don't have echo. But a lot of people have differentiated between Mao Zedong thought and Maoism, which I understand because I like Mao. Mao wrote a lot of good stuff. I just finished Mao's quotes on contradiction is very good. But what a lot of Marxist-Leninist Maoists, or what a lot of Maoists are referring to when they call themselves Maoists, is Gonzalo in The Shining Path in Peru. And we have an academic from Peru on our editorial board, and we've done a long podcast with him talking about the Shining Path. And we do not consider them Marxists. We consider them dogmatists. We consider them ultra, and it's right to call them terrorists. They were killing peasants who didn't go along with their ideology, and it ruined the name of socialism and communism in Peru for years. It basically confirmed what the imperialists and what the McCarthyites and Red Scare bullshit was saying about communism. So it was a perfect example of the party trying to lead the masses, or running out too far ahead of the masses, trying to push not a revolutionary, but trying to push a violent struggle when there was no need, or it wasn't the time for violent struggle. And you know, a lot of people today uphold Gonzalo, the person who was the leader of the Shining Path, and call themselves Marxist-Leninist Maoists. And then there's a Maoist tendency called Maoism Third Worldism, which basically believes that we can't have a revolution in the U.S. You know, the U.S. is just too racist and too filled with white settlers, so we just have to wait for, you know, the third world to have enough revolution so the U.S. collapses. Basically, the kind of scenario we were describing earlier is a possibility. And I think, you know, both of these are imperialist ideologies, and I imagine, you know, the CIA or NED or whoever else are using controlled opposition to try and push these ideas within Maoist groups and within Marxist circles and try and associate them with Mao. Because these ideas are super anti-Marxist. They're super dogmatic. You know, you have people calling for like us to fight a people's war or a protracted people's war in the U.S. right now, because that's a concept Mao had. It's like they were fighting a protracted people's war against brutal Japanese colonialism in China, you know, and the people were ready for that struggle. They were armed for that struggle. They were calling for that struggle. And the Communist Party organized them and led them to construction. And then after that, they were still trying to ally with the nationalists, the Kuomintang, the right-wingers, and the U.S. started backing them, and they made the struggle violent against the Chinese Communist Party. So that's when the Chinese Communist Party responded with civil war, that's when the Civil War was launched, because they responded by defending themselves, self-defense, not going out and killing a bunch of peasants who didn't agree with them ideologically, the way that the Shining Path did. So I made the note in my margins a bunch of times as I was reading Mao's on quotes. I'm like, Mao himself would be so against these ultras, you know, these ultra people who call themselves MLMs, who don't think we can have a revolution in the US, or who are calling for violence. Like, this is not what Mao would have supported. And also, you know, Mao calls for revolution in the US all the time. You know, he says that it's the duty of proletarians in the empire to express internationalism. And the number one way they can express internationalism practically, materially, is by taking down the empire from the inside. So Mao was against all the ideas that are associated with Mao by these ultras. And I don't know if you've run into this tendency at all, Andy. I've noticed it's not as big on TikTok. I think probably because literally these are probably like bot accounts or State Department accounts on Twitter who are pushing a lot of this stuff, so they don't have real faces or voices to make TikToks. That's honestly where I think a lot of this ideology stems from. People like Jason Ruhe.
Yeah, I've met some like third worldists, and I think like there's some like valuable like there's an idea in there that makes sense, and I get it. But then where I get lost, and I get lost of anarchism, and I get lost of all that, is I'm looking for the most doable thing that isn't bullshit. Okay. So the most doable thing is like to recycle and to like vote for, I don't know, like whatever, Joe Budden. But that doesn't work, right? So then I like go a little further and further, and then get to the stop where it's the thing you can do reasonably and it's gonna work. My critique always of like the protracted war and like the anarchists smash the state is like, all right, well, so what? Like, so you got an army base in mind, or like what are you talking about? Like, who are you? What's your hits, man? Like, you know, oh, you're not doing anything. You're kind of doing the same thing the Trots are doing, except you don't even have a newspaper. Like, at least the Trots got a newspaper, you know, like, so realistically, like, I don't know. I kind of like agree with you, not necessarily so much out of having high hopes for the Imperial Core, and not necessarily out of a place where, you know, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I get doomed out and blackpilled to the point where I think like, maybe we got to just accelerate the hell out of this and just have this, you know, have the third world, like have us out of their hair. But like, I agree with you. Like when it's like, okay, like you're going to do a war, like against who? Like you're not the PKK, dude. Like you're not like, you're just like a group of 13 people in like a big city. Like that's like kind of like too out of touch with reality of like, you know.
Yeah, it's idealism. It's not making strategy based on material conditions. It's making strategy based on the theory that you've read and wanting to be an adventurous and wanting to be, you know, a hero. But it's like you have to base, you know, your strategy off the material conditions. And the other day in my reading Stalin or Mao, I can't remember, and they were writing about how eventually the socialist countries might just encircle the empire, and that'll lead to the capitalist empire falling. And I wrote in the margins like, dude, China should just invade, like as a joke.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like, you know, sometimes
No,
it's
but
easy-
literally, I'm not joking. Eddie's joking. I'm not.
it's easy to get blackpilled like that, right? Like, this country's so far behind. I hope a socialist country just comes and takes us and sets us on the right path. But you know, that's not going to happen. China doesn't export revolution. They criticize the Soviet Union for being social imperialists, you know, for trying to support liberation movements. China trades with Israel. And some of us would wish they didn't, and wish they would support liberation and revolutionary movements, but they're not going to do that. You know, it's not their policy. And that's because they actually believe Marxism, or they apply Marxism, and they know that class struggle happens, you know, and class struggle is going on even in the imperial countries. So, you know, even if it looks bad one day, revolution can come about the next. And, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to get our shit together too, because like this China is surpassing the U.S. as the largest economy. They're forging ties with all these countries who the U.S. has been imperialistic towards for years and has been exploiting for years. And you're having a new wave of socialism, even in Latin America, where the U.S. launched Operation Condor and tortured and killed anybody with a left-wing ideology. And, you know, you had groups like the Shining Path in Peru, but now there's a sort of a pseudo-socialist leftist, Pedro Castillo in Peru, which is not perfect. And we have critiques of him, but we see it moving that direction, moving towards socialism. People are resisting imperialism, and the empire is not as strong as it once was. It's not going to be able to defend itself. So, you know, our only option then is to get organized here at home, even I think as not optimistic as it can look sometimes.
Well, what's scary about what you say with like, we got to get our shit together, it's like, I'm getting up there in age. It literally is we, you know, it's like when you look at, like, I look at it and I think like, I don't know, on the West Coast, I know like basically every, you know what I mean? Like it's not like there's like a lot of people who say they're doing this, but like how many people have a YouTube that people watch? Like, I don't know, like who's a bigger ML? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just a huge Eddie fan, you know, folks, I got to tell you, big Eddie fan, but to me, it seems like tremendous guy. And I got to tell you, I spent a lot of time on the TikTok app. And I got to tell you, I saw a lot of people, a lot of them were liberals, a lot of liberals that I think when the time comes, they're not going to be able to do a popular proletarian revolution, folks. Sorry. But yeah, man, I don't know. Like, it's kind of like when you know, it's like, it's scary to think that like literally anyone who thinks like this at this point, it's on you, you know? Like in Russia, there weren't a lot of people who thought like this necessarily. It wasn't like a huge amount. It wasn't like millions and millions and millions of people. It was like in every Soviet republic, it was a handful of people. In the Soviet republic that my dad's from, they almost exterminated that like group of people. They like were successfully like wiped out a bunch of them, and a smaller, you know, little group had to come up. So I don't know. I kind of sometimes feel bad because I'm like, I don't know what to do. But it's crazy. It's almost like the ultimate non-NPCing, right? To everyone who's watching this, It's the ultimate non-NPCing. Eddie just got on there. Eddie is a handsome guy who lifts and stuff and does wrestling, you know. But I'm sure some of you out there are too, and got on and made videos and talked to people. And like, that's kind of, I guess, what we're all supposed to like, right? Like you kind of, everyone has a role if you're already thinking about this, because the average person isn't maybe necessarily, I don't know. I mean, you're on the vanguardism thing, right? Like,
I think we need a vanguard party. I don't know if that vanguard party has emerged yet. I'm a member of CPUSA, so I hope that will be the vanguard. Obviously, we're
about to do hard hitting because I got a couple questions about that. It's about to be a 20 questions
for sure. But I want I want CPUSA to be the vanguard, and obviously they have to forge stronger relations with the masses, stronger relations with the proletariat. That's what they need. I'll let you ask questions. I just wanted to say that's really what you said has hit me in the face as I've been reading Stalin and Mao and reading about the conditions in China and Russia before the revolution, especially Russia, because Russia was an imperialist country like the US, versus China was a former, colonized country and a country from the start fighting against imperialism. But Russia used World War I as a way to organize the workers and get the workers on their side. Which World War I is known as the imperialist war to Marxists and people there. And yeah, it slapped me in the face like, this is real. Like, we actually have to educate people ideologically and get people ready and get people into organizations, because, imperialism, the East views it as the main contradiction, and they've been developing themselves for 70 years now against imperialism. And like, the collapse of U.S. imperialism and the end of hegemony is right on the horizon. And yeah, it's whose job is it other than ours to get people organized, especially our generation, which communists, socialists, and leftists in the older generation have put so much faith in. One sec, I'll let you ask your question too. Sorry, I want to answer.
No, go ahead, because I forget that there's like, I've never done these, so I don't know the like. Go ahead and answer.
If people send us money, I try and answer their question right away, just because
of course,
I appreciate them for supporting. So thank you, Paul. And Paul's also a writer for us at Midwestern Marx, for those who don't know, but it says, is it feasible to have an explicit socialist communist revolution here, or will it most likely be a popular revolution, civil war? I think it's going to be a popular revolution or civil war, like I was saying, but that's what almost every revolution was. Like, that was the revolution in Russia, and they had 3 subsequent revolutions, all with different conditions, but the proletariat and the Communist Party were the most prepared. They were the most prepared, they were the most educated, and they were the most organized. So when those times of revolution came, they led the masses, the majority of the masses, the workers and peasants, to the creation of a socialist republic. So, like, the U.S. people are like, communist revolution will never happen in the U.S. You're just thinking, there's never going to be a majority of communists in the U.S. who, up and say one day, let's seize the government. Yeah, probably not. There's probably going to be a popular revolution where the country's contradictions and the contradictions of imperialism devolve and develop to the point where there's open fighting. And what we need to do is, have a communist party ready to defend themselves and ready to organize people and lead them to a path of construction, lead them away from the imperialist Malthusian death cult that is the, current American bourgeoisie and political ruling class. Great question, Paul. Thank you.
Well, here's my, also incredible, incredible. That's why we're Eddie fans here, folks. We're also Eddie fans because of a suplex or two. We've seen some, we might like wrestling here too, so we've seen a couple good moves. But man, here's my big question, okay? I'm a young enough fella. I can still do a suplex or two here and there. I'm still fit, still got my mind. And I look at what is to be done, and you got CPUSA, you got PSL, you got, I don't know, SA, I guess. And then you got DSA. And so you got like maybe like a handful of, you got 8 IWWW. Okay, so you got like 6 of them. You got like 6 or 7 things that are like realistic in any given city. Like in Seattle, SA is like realistic. Like it's like, it was for a while, especially, and probably still is now. But, and mine is like PSL is the only one that, actually, believe it or not, Andrew was, SA's token tanky for a long time. And they like really begrudgingly had me as part of the Seattle SA. And like, I don't think people liked me very much, except for the one, how like when you get into these orgs, they have like your FBI handler who's like the primary person or whatever. And they loved me. And so I got like, ushered into it a little bit. But, you say CPUSA, right? Like, for example, you're a CPUSA, but then I see a lot of critiques where I'm like, oof, tough. Like, I don't know what to say to that. Or PSL is the only one besides SA that's ever given me like time of day a little bit. And there's like some issues, I mean, I think PSL actually is like the least problematic and like I don't know. I mean, from what I can tell, but how do you get through that? Like, what do you tell people when, I'm sure you've seen it where they say CPUSA is white men feds, has a contract with, I saw one where someone was saying it has a contract to not do revolution and it votes for Democrats. Like, you seem pretty based. So I'm like, well, if Eddie's into it, it must be like, there must be something to it, right? Like,
yeah, I would say, well, everything is, in the US, you always have to put things in perspective. Like, we're huge. So you have a different culture and a different proletariat and a different working mass in California than you do in the Midwest, than you do in the South, than you do in the East Coast. So I think it depends in that way. Like CPUSA, I see is like the strongest in my area. There's not really a PSL. I've worked with DSA, but I'm too far off ideologically with them. I think we need to be training people ideologically with Marxism, Leninism, and using, sort of Bolshevik tactics to simplify Marxism, teach it to the workers and use it. And that's not necessarily DSA's strategy. They're more like social democrats and work through electoral politics exclusively.
Shout out Honda Wang.
Yeah, shout out Honda Wang. He's a good dude. And we work with the DSA locally here. We know the people who run DSA, we love them, and we ally with them whenever it's possible. So I guess that's my first point, is I think all these parties need to ally. Even, DSA and CPUSA and PSL, obviously they're different ideologically. Criticize DSA when they support imperialism, or we can criticize each other. But we can criticize each other without leading to splits. Because the communist, the group of Marxists in the U.S. is so small, but the stakes are so high, with our conditions and the conditions of capitalism and imperialism being so bad for the masses. Like, we need to ally and get serious. So I would say, look at geographically whatever, organization is big in your area, and then get involved that way. And you don't have to agree with everything that the organization does. So this is what I've said with CPUSA to people, right? Like, if you disagree with what CPUSA does in terms of supporting the Democrats and stuff like that, if you're a worker, if you're part of the masses, join CPUSA, and enter the debate and push the line that you want to see. Because I think one criticism that we would all agree with CPUSA, anyone who's aware of it, is they need to forge a deeper connection to the masses, to the working people. This is what any communist party needs to do. This is step one. Any communist theorist will tell you that, go to the masses, forge a deep connection with them. And I think that, as CPUSA gets more members, forges deeper connections with the masses, has more members of the proletariat and of the masses actually in CPUSA, you'll see the party become hardened and forged into a more vanguard-esque revolutionary agent. But right now, it just hasn't been active for years. Communism and socialism is more popular than it has been a really long time. And, if you talk to the older people in CPUSA, they're like, yeah, we used to, get chased by the cops or killed or suppressed for saying these things, but now it seems like that, you can more openly express communist socialist ideology. So, CPUSA seen a massive spike in their growth, which is good, but we've got to not only continue to organize people into the party, but be active within the party, educating ourselves ideologically and engaging in the party debates, which personally I need to do a lot better at, honestly.
Man, also, feel free to at any time when you have to go to let me know, because I love chatting with you. But so I'm in hog heaven right now, folks. But I guess also you're right, because it's no matter what party I'm in, or no matter what any party anyone's in, I think if I saw some big moves happening from another one, I'd be like, oh, okay. I literally don't care. I don't care if they're trots or ML or whatever. If they're winning, if they're out there cashing W's, I'm going to be in there trying to pull my, get my perspective in.
It's the same way I support existing socialism. People are always like, Venezuela,
yeah,
they have a Trotskyist bent, and you're a Marxist-Leninist. I'm like, I don't give a shit. They're socialists, rather than having Juan Guaido as a puppet imperialist dictator.
Yeah, absolutely. Damn, that's facts, dude. See, that's why we need Edward out here, because I go to my daily grind and I get a little too, oh my God, folks, and this is such an incredible, it's such an absolute feast we've got here for the death grovelers. Folks, look how incredible these McDonald's burgers are.
This is what I thought of when you said hog heaven.
This is hog heaven, dude.
Burgers.
Look at his smile, dude. That's the first real smile I've ever seen on him.
And the New Yorker blocks it behind a paywall. Fantastic. Sorry, were you saying something there before I pulled up a Trump and hog?
No, I was just basically saying, we need some more McDonald's. But I don't know, man. I guess yeah, dude. I think what I try to do is I wear my shit on my sleeve. My critique for PSL is disconnected and adventurous. My critique for CPS is disconnection from masses and a wrong line on fascism that promotes Democrats. Facts. Well, I'm a real down-to-earth guy, so I keep trying to tell PSL, hey, you guys might want Andrew as a member. I mean, I'm a TikTok celebrity. Shout out anybody who's seen my TikToks also. If someone's seen
pull
Young
up your
Stalin,
TikTok so people can follow him.
Yeah.
Let me show it to the masses.
But and now it's very, very much not political posting as much because it
Still
became
funny as hell though. Damn
it became a Phil DeFranco fan page basically.
it.
Hey, were you guys friends? That's the one time I had Seabass on our live.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, that's the person who told me like Eddie's social security number and like some kind of crazy like. I was just like, yes, Seabass, relax, dude. You're so crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm actually
crazy like
not
mental.
supposed to talk about him anymore. I mean,
Okay,
it's funny
alright,
that
sorry,
you brought
never
him up,
mind.
but I'm not even supposed to bring him
No,
up
I
at
take
all
it back.
because of how crazy he is.
All right, never mind. Forget it, because he'll see it. He's in here somewhere.
Oh, he definitely is. He just watches me all day, I think. Here's Andy's TikTok, by the way. One of my favorite accounts. Fucking hilarious. I don't know, like, I know you say that like I'm doing the educational work and you're not, but ultimately it's TikTok. Like not everyone's gonna use TikTok as their medium to educate people. And also like we need funny shit. We need some Marxist-Leninist comedy out here, and that's why you're one of my favorite accounts on this.
Well, and
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, and the biggest thing is, and all my classics are in the like at the bottom. I mean, those are the real classic hits. But I think what is useful for guys like you or me or guys and gals, theys and thems, right? Is like, what was that fucking video where it's like, think of the first communist you can think of, and I bet he's a beta little cuck and blah blah blah. Did you see that video?
Yes.
And I'm like,
I'll pull up my response to it actually.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, gut it out. First of all, you look so tiny and little. I would absolutely dominate you in a heartbeat. You wouldn't last like 5 seconds on the mats with me. Second of all, like, I think there's something nice to even just show people that like there's lots of regular people you don't see who are Marxist-Leninists, who are regular folk. They just are out here and every day.
It's not something that MLs have needed to do in the past, so it's not something that theory's been written about, but because like Marxism, Leninism has always been a thing for the workers. It's always been a thing for the workers and peasants who are generally, look a certain way because they work all the time. They're, working with their hands doing blue collar labor. But in the US, like the Red Scare has been so successful and, our working class has lived with imperialist wealth for a really long time. So like socialism is thought of as a thing that only like band kids do. It's like, not that we won't accept band kids in socialism, we'll accept anybody under the 10, no matter what you look like physically. But yeah, it is good to dispel that narrative a little bit, like jocks can be socialists, athletes can be socialists, whoever you want can be socialist. It doesn't matter what you look like. And
really handsome guys like me can be socialist guys. So.
Just absolute sexy beasts like me and Andy. Like, I know that's unbelievable for some people, but dang it, it's not working. Oh, I hate when YouTube Shorts do this. Dang it, man. Why is it doing this? Does anyone know why it's doing this? Dang it.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just crazy because it's so flipped being a kid from Soviet ancestry or whatever. Like,
Oh, you should talk about that a little bit if you want. For the audience, I'm sure they think that's if you're down.
Yeah, I'm super down. I don't know. Here's what I'll say as a blurb. If anyone has questions about it, I'm always like open to answer. But as a blurb, what I'll say is anytime I see a critique of socialism and it's like, oh, that person's from Ukraine. Oh, that person's from Georgia. Oh, that person's from Belarus. They're from Armenia. They're from Azerbaijan. They're from Tajikistan. It's like, yeah, half the people you meet are absolute buffoons. I mean, a lot of buffoons in the day, I meet a lot of people who like, hey, half the people in this country are Trump supporters, not to say that like Trump supporters are buffoon, but I guess I'd say 100% of this country's buffoons, like Biden and Trump supporters. So really the based 50% that don't vote or vote for Kanye West like I did. But it's just funny because it's like, for me, when I think of Marxism, Leninism, it's like I have a cousin who's, I mean, he doesn't say it, but we give each other like a nod and a wink of like, yeah, if shit goes down in the republic that I'm from, and that those sides of Fash versus Marxist Leninist happen, like we're gonna be on opposite sides, and we both like very like, you know what I mean? Like that's a crazy thing to be with a cousin and be like, damn, bro, like we'd be busting rounds at each other. You'd be downrange from me, homeboy. Like, oh well, And but then his dad is like a very like, yeah, Soviet Union was based. Soviet Union, and it's a lot of the older people. And can I bust out a quote from Mark Carmelconian real quick? Dude, check this out. This is like, I gotta get you, I don't know if I should stop the camera or not. I don't know how to do any of this Twitch stuff. But, it's like,
Aiden should just share the screen. I can't tell if he's even still there or not.
Could you not hear me when that happened?
No, not really.
Okay. This is my favorite quote. It's a guy named Mark Carmelconian, whose brother was like a PKK style ML who died in the 90s. And he has this quote about, you ever heard people talk about the nostalgia factor? Where you say, wait a minute, your Gallup polls, not like Marxist-Leninist surveys.ru, okay? Your Gallup poll goes over there and asks people, hey, what do you think about Stalin? Hey, what did you think about Soviet Union? Hey, what do you think? And they say that it was based like 60% in places like Ukraine or like, like Georgia is like 40, 30%. How do you explain that? And they go, nostalgia. It's nostalgia, And so this is my favorite quote on this. You guys ready for this? Apologists for capitalist rule ignore the opinions of our compatriots, or they dismiss them as unimportant. The rhetorical trick here is to wave the evidence away with the word nostalgia. We're supposed to believe that our older compatriots inexplicably have a sentimental attachment to those miserable years in the Soviet rule. Imagine that you spent years of your life fighting against Hitler's invading Wehrmacht, and that well over 20 million of your compatriots died in this effort before you achieved victory against all odds. Imagine then that you worked for decades in the belief that you were building a country where your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren would be safe, healthy, and educated, where workers would not have to be ashamed of being workers, and elderly people on fixed incomes could live out their day in dignity and honor. And then imagine that one day several of the privileged beneficiaries of the system that you worked for to build, stride up the steps of the Opera Square and announce that all your sacrifice, your sweat, and hopes were worthless, and that every value you stood for was a lie, and that every friend you thought you had was an enemy, and every enemy was a friend. Now, years later, reduced to a ward of a foreign-sponsored soup kitchen, you watch as those who ruined your country describe your indignation as nostalgia. Come on,
That's fire. That's absolutely fire. It just takes away onus, and it treats a whole generation of people like they're stupid. Like they don't know exactly what was going. Like I saw a tweet the other day. It was like some guy. It was an older man in Russia talking about how the Soviet Union was better, and it was BBC or whatever. And the caption at the bottom said, some older Soviet people seem to not know about the dictatorship and the tyranny. This man said life was better under the Soviet Union. The tweet was like, oh yeah, I had housing and free healthcare and education, and I never went hungry under socialism, but there was a famine in Ukraine 40 years ago, so I disavow it completely. Like, nobody thinks like that. They think their lives were better because it was a fucking human rights disaster when the Soviet Union dissolved, and people will say like, oh, my uncle who owned slaves in Cuba, like the comment here that I have up on the screen talking about supporting the revolutionary struggle when leaving Cuba, and liberals will always be like, well, I got this Cuban cousin, who said that communism's terrible. It's like, yeah, there, as Andy was saying, there's a bunch of Trump people in the US. Do you liberals think they have it all figured out because they're from America? Being from a place doesn't make your politics correct, and But of course, liberals look at everything through, you know, race and national essentialism. So they just see these countries as hegemonic blobs who all think the same way.
Or Markar has been to Cuba, and he has a quote on that too that I think is so fire, where he goes, he's in the Cuban coffee shop or whatever, and he starts talking to someone who's like, no, you don't get it. Like, Cuba's really bad, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, I get it. I get it. We thought it was bad too. We got rid of it. I'm the ghost of the future telling you that, like, that, you know, oh, fuck the doctor. What are you talking about, the doctor? Yeah, I guess there's a doctor in my grandpa's village, you know? Like, those little things, you're not appreciating it, brother. And when it goes away, and when you do the Cuban Revolution and you get rid of all of this stuff, you're gonna have, like, I'm telling you, I'm coming from a country that's telling you it's gonna be a shock. Get ready. There's gonna be kids digging in trash.
There was an old saying in the Soviet Union after the fall. It said everything they told us about communism was a lie, but everything they told us about capitalism was true. You know, and obviously that's an extreme to make a joke, but the idea is that, you know, maybe we didn't build this classless society, and maybe the government was doing, you know, propaganda. Of course, the government was doing propaganda and, you know, quote unquote brainwashing people, although we would argue it's not even close to what was in the US. And, you know, every country has an ideology as part of the state. But I digress. What they said was everything they told us about capitalism was true, because they told us in the capitalist countries, you know, there's enough houses to house everyone, but people live on the streets, and there's enough food to feed everyone, yet people go hungry. And all these terrible deficiencies are had amongst the masses, even in places where they have absurd material wealth. And that is what the Soviet Union, or the citizens of the former Soviet Union, experienced when the Soviet Union fell. That, you know, unemployment in Russia was as high as 20%. And these are people who hadn't experienced unemployment in years, you know, because not only
experienced unemployment, but, like, ask any of the dads that, like, make these videos. Like, I go off on that old crazy Russian dad one. I don't know if you've seen. That's someone that I'm always like, you lying ass dads. You dads is like uncle, you know, in Russian. It's like, you lying ass uncle. You fake ass phony. Like, you make these little videos where, oh, in the Soviet Union, in the seltzer cup, you have to wash with the water and then drink the seltzer. I'm like, how do you think they wash it at Applebee's? You think it's like a base bath and, like, you know, some sort of chemical base bath? Yeah, water. Water is how we wash things, brother. But I mean, not only the unemployment, but the fact that in Soviet Union, ask any of these fucking people who were born and lived between the 50s to the 90 or 88, let's say, or 85 or something. Say, did you ever see? And this is really for any of you. I know some of you watching this are in the Bay Area, are in Philly, and are in big cities. I don't know what the Midwest is like, but ask them, say, did you ever see a man screaming in the middle of the road, dying, like just like covered in dirt and just having a mental health crisis in the middle of the street, and people just walking by, and just walking by. Like, that's insane. That never happened in the Soviet Union. No one slept on the streets unless, like, you got in a fight with your partner and you got kicked out for the night, you know? Like, these kinds of things that is normal for us, right? Like if I took my phone and I put it through the little buttonhole and I went down to East Oakland and I made some videos, I could smuggle those to North Korea and be like, look how they live. Yeah, they don't want you to see this. Look how they live. And I can show you things, and that's the number one critique I always do in the debates. I say, let me take you to East Oakland. When you tell me about Soviet Union had this, had that, there's horrors that they never saw, they never could imagine, you know? Then even the guy who's critiquing the Soviet Union will tell you, like, there weren't people just homeless on the streets.
And it's interesting because we're materialists, so we always think to point out the statistics. You know, the Soviet Union got rid of illiteracy. They, you know, rent was just a tiny fraction of their paycheck. Rent is much more expensive now. All these material factors, but what a lot of Marxist academics say who study the dissolution of the Soviet Union is what people miss the most is the culture. You know, the sort of collective spirit that they had and the spirit that they were building and creating something new and better and moving the world towards a new and better society. And historians have said that's what allowed them to combat imperialism for so long, to continue as a worker state for so long. And we know Lenin celebrated the day that the USSR had lasted longer than the Paris Commune, which was only a matter of weeks. You know, he had no idea it would go on to last however long it did.
90 years, yeah.
How many years?
Like almost 90, whatever. It was
right.
80 years.
Yeah.
70 something.
And, you know, we never think of the Soviet Union like that. We think of it as a monolith or something that just represents Stalin. But it was the first experiment of a worker-run government and a workers' party. And the people, I just think it's interesting that even though we're materialists, you know, that doesn't mean we just focus on statistics, right? Like we were saying earlier, kind of the theme of this whole podcast has been the ideological struggle, and theoretical education is just as important as economic organizing and economic struggle, because that's what allows people to be hardened, you know, when revolution or times of revolutionary struggle come.
Dude, Eddie, it's like the thing that blows my mind about former Soviet kids is like the way I perceive it. This is how I perceive it. Some people do, not everyone. Some people don't perceive it like this, but me, I perceive it as, wow, 12 republics originally, then 15, right? 12 of us got together and said, hey, enough. And we stood up, we braced together, and we said, "Niet," no to Western imperialism. And we literally bootstrapped ourselves up in midst of famine, of world war, and then of genocides, took another world war to the dome, just took it to the dome. There's republics that lost like almost half the men of young man age coming out of World War I, and then lost another half, just whoop. And we stood up and we made something where we went from shepherds or villagers in mud huts, serfs, people who had zero dignity, had zero right to dignity, to live a life, you know, not like dignity, you're a communist talking about dignity, you can't even, no, I mean like not sleeping in a mud hole, you know. And we stood up and we in 60 years, not even 6 years, 30, 40 years, made one of the world's largest superpowers. So when you come with me with the social, they were social imperialists, and but they did this, they did that, it's like, dude, fuck off. L plus ratio, plus my people did it, plus you're a bozo, you know, and I'll be proud of that accomplishment that my people did, my ancestors. My great grandpa was in the Bolshevik army, you know, stood up and said enough is enough, and like gave us a future where every single person you meet out of Soviet Union had like a master's degree or has like this, you know, like had just a nice life, dude, had like a nice standard of living and dignity. And no matter all the bullshit, like you're saying, all the stats that they can cherry pick, all the things they can do, at the end of the day, it blows my mind when fellow Soviet people aren't proud of their history, you know?
Yeah, and people sometimes ask, why do you have to be such a stereotypical tanky? Why do you have to defend, you know, the Soviet Union so hard and the DPRK so hard? It's like, learn about their struggle, you know, and learn about their struggle, and you're going to realize how inspiring it is that they fought imperialism and capitalism for so long in the face of all odds, you know, and in the face of a ruthless enemy in the U.S. empire and the Western imperialists who are willing to do anything in order to hold on to political and economic domination in these places. And when you learn about their struggle, it's hard not to support them and not to feel an attachment to them versus imperialism. And what I always have to tell Western leftists, and you know what a lot of times they don't want to do, which goes back to reading theory, because this is the Marxist method, is go back and look at those countries before the revolution. Look at what they had before the revolution, because everyone's like, oh, you know, the Soviet Union, their government was more authoritarian than America. It's like, okay, but they were also trying to industrialize, because they were a semi-feudal country where literacy was like 17%, and they needed to industrialize to defeat the Western capitalist empires who invaded them the day after the revolution, and then eventually the Nazi menace, which they did against all odds, like you said, which is massively inspiring. And along the way, they brought literacy up to 99%, and they massively increased standard of living for their people, even when they had to divert like 30% of their country's budget to military spending in order to defeat Hitler. which the Western, they wouldn't have defeated Hitler in World War II if it wasn't for the Soviets. They inflicted 80% of German casualties. But people never want to do that, or they never want to, talk about Cuba before the revolution. They're like,
that's the one I want to talk about, like literal slaves, literal, and they try and push back now. They make anti-Eddie videos where they go, well, really, Havana was a great place. A lot of these child prostitutes were actually, grinding up and leveling up with their passive income. It's really passive income, folks. And, it's like people don't understand. No, it was a very bad place. And the voices you're hearing are the ones that were benefiting at that time. And the voices you aren't hearing are because those voices got, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, oh, well, my great grandpa lived like this, but I live nicely. I have dignity. Like, yeah, they never compare it to the first place. Another thing I wanted to say is you mentioned the like, people get so caught up with the Russia thing now, where they're like, well, Russians are Nazis too, or well, Wagner group is Nazis too, and like, oh, in Russia there's a neo-Nazi problem too, and like, yeah, hey, you know what? All 15 of the republics, guaranteed they've got like right-wing, like Nazi problem. All 15 of them, which would blow your mind, because some of us are very Oriental, like, you know what I mean? We're not like what you'd assume would be like fash, but the difference is that World War II was such a big deal for Soviet people. That was such a huge monumental W, such a huge big deal that, like, people can't, I think if you're not a Soviet person, maybe it's harder to see what a triggering thing it is for that to be forgotten. Little things like certain republics not doing Victory Day parades.
So I just want to jump in quick because I want to let you keep talking about this. There was a concerted effort this year to not recognize the victory of the Allies and of the Soviet Union and Stalin in World War II. A concerted effort by the same American imperialists and Western imperialists who are backing literal neo-Nazis in Ukraine. Like, this is the closest we have ever come to a literal fascist government trying to erase the crimes of the Nazis, and it's horrible and disgusting. So
when you see, like, yeah, because it's dude, that's the thing I like about you the most is they're like, oh, he's a tanky. I'm like, I don't know, he's giving my perspective. My perspective gets drowned out a lot, and it's a perspective. It's a perspective that in any given Soviet republic, at least 30% hold. At least 30%, sometimes 60%, maybe even 70. But it's like one of these republics, like, not doing Victory Day parades and having some spook or some ghoul from the US come in and convince you that, like, hey, forget your victories, forget your tremendous tribulations that you overcame. Of course, to you it doesn't seem like a big deal, like New York Times and whatever the fuck. But to Soviet people, that trauma, that wound of World War II is so deep that for a lot of people that's really triggering still, So, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Or what's the other line they say? They say, well, only 2 to 7%, 2 to 10% of the people who voted were Nazis. Only 2 to 10% voted for the Nazi Party. You go, oh, okay, only 2%, only 10%. Oh, that's incredible. That's great. 10% voted for the, and they don't think, like, are Nazis like big voters? I'd imagine they're like MLs, or maybe they're not even big voters, in that sense. Like, so 10% of your fucking country voted for a Nazi party, and you're telling me, like, that's not a huge red flag? Come on, dude. The Slava Ukraina thing, I don't talk about it because I'm not as brave as you, but, like, enough is enough. It's like total absolute bullshit, right? Like,
you're literally yelling a neo-Nazi phrase when we have, like, Nancy Pelosi and them yelling at her. Not even a Nazi phrase, a Nazi phrase. I mean, not even neo-Nazi, a Nazi. And I see this comment here: Europeans sock them support NATO because they don't want to lose their welfare benefits that were given to them as a condition of the Marshall Plan. True. And, the Marshall Plan itself shows the different situation and the different thing that World War II was for the Western world versus the Soviet Union. Because the West tried to capitulate to Hitler and cozy up to him at every turn until it looked like, they were going to lose the war. And then the U.S. threw their hat in the ring. And the U.S. is the least the US is the only country that didn't have any fighting going on. So Europe was destroyed, the Soviet Union, part of it was destroyed by all the fighting, and America was all right. So America came in, dropped two nukes on Japan as a threat to the Soviet Union. And this isn't to, I guess the one thing I should say is, America did play a role in World War II, and they were on the right side, and shout out to the Americans who helped in the war effort and who fought in that war, the proletarians who helped defeat the fascist menace. Not to take away from those people, but the US government, came in at the last second, dropped two nukes on Japan as a threat to the Soviet Union, and then did the Marshall Plan, trying to give basically very low interest loans, developmental loans, to their allies in Europe, to give the West and NATO total dominance as total dominance in Europe, militarily and politically, as the IMF and the World Bank and the UN were being created. These other apparatuses controlled by Western financial capitalists that they use to control the entire world and to enforce imperialism. So the U.S. kind of rises up as this hegemonic power after this, versus the Soviet Union had to rebuild themselves after defeating the Nazis. And now, years later, after we know the U.S. and the CIA filtered former Nazis into NASA and into, various positions of government, the U.S. is looking back and saying, no, the Soviet Union didn't play any role in defeating the Nazis. Like, you guys are disgusting. Like, we did play a role, but it was the least important role of really anyone. And we were the only people who, the only thing that got attacked was Pearl Harbor. We didn't have our entire freaking country destroyed. You talk about the trauma and generational trauma that comes along with that. For Americans, and especially American imperialists, to just ignore that and claim that Russia is now the fascist country is disgusting beyond words. Pootler.
Dude, and shout out, that's what's up, Eddie, man. That's why, like, I sometimes it's funny because I'm not a big, like, identity politics guy, but sometimes it does hurt my feelings. So I'm like, man, my history is getting real torn up in this. Mm-hmm. And like you said, shout out to the soldiers, Marines, and sailors who gave up their lives in World War II. About like 300,000, right? Shout out. But you have to acknowledge that the smallest republic in Soviet Union was Armenia, SSR. Smallest republic of the original 12 and then expanded 15. 300,000. Their population was 1.5 million, I think. Maybe 1 million to 2 million, something in that ballpark. Almost lost a quarter of its population, So not downplaying what happened, shout out to those sailors, Marines, but keeping in mind that, like, yeah, it had a huge emotional, like Eddie's saying, it's something that they still remember to this day. People's great-grandparents and grandparents died in that war, So, yeah, I don't know, man. And that's I think part of why they're missing the whole Ukraine-Russia thing, and they're not seeing it the way,
It's wild. Yeah, people don't take a historical view either. And, like, if you take a historical view, you're going to end up at the conclusion that NATO and the U.S. are like a borderline Nazi state, and Ukraine has basically become a Nazi state with this war. That's how Scott Ritter describes it, who's got great analysis on the situation. But, like, you have Operation Paperclip that someone was mentioning earlier, where the U.S. filtered all these Nazi spies into our own government. You had all these American capitalists like Henry Ford, who were allying with the Nazis. And one of the people, the capitalists or oligarchs who built their fortune collaborating with the Nazis was Prescott Bush, the grandfather of George Bush. And then we had not one, but two Bushes as president, enforcing some of the most horrific imperialist wars in Iraq and the Middle East, and bringing death and destruction in the name of capitalist expansion all over the world. It's like this guy's grandpa built himself up on the Nazis. It's like the bad guys have almost won, and thank God for China. And, hopefully we'll have the establishment of the USSR 2.0 here and all the other countries like Venezuela fighting against this. But, capitalism and fascism are very closely intertwined, and the U.S. empire is very similar to a fascist empire, close to it.
Guys, don't listen to Eddie because he's putting smoke in your head. Okay, if they were Nazis, let me ask you this. Okay, checkmate. Would they have a Jewish president?
What?
What are you telling me? You're telling me America's got a police problem? Black people are dying in the streets? His name was Barack Obama. Okay, folks.
Racism solved.
Barack Obama, folks. Man, yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead. You can go.
I just I don't know, man. This has been like a dream of mine. Anyone who knows, it seems like this is like a totally different. It's funny because I always imagine everyone on TikTok knows everyone, or your thing. I sometimes fail to realize that your YouTube and your TikTok and all your different things are like a little standalone-ish in a sense. Like they're not necessarily like full. I imagine a lot of people who love to watch this maybe aren't even on TikTok.
Right.
But the big reason I started posting on TikTok was I was like, I need to get 1,000 followers so I can go live with Eddie. We go live. Eddie's like, hey, yeah, like let's go live. I'm like, told my boys like, yes, like I'm so stoked. I'm about to go live with this based ass white boy, corked up, like sick. We're gonna go on, and we get on, and I was telling this story, and I'm gonna finish this story because they cut me off. Remember the story? I was like smoking a cigarette or something.
Yeah,
and they cut me off, and it was why I know DPRK isn't as bad as they say it is, right? Like one of the reasons why they're like, oh, DPRK. But so I want to say that to say I'm so thankful to have been on, and thank you so much for inviting me out. Like super, to me it's a big deal because not a lot of MLs have shown me love really, except for like a Trot here and there, or like PSL's kind of giving me a little bit of love now. But it makes me like, it always made me feel like, man, am I like a weirdo? Do I like stink of like, I don't know, like weirdo or fed or posadist or something? Like, why don't people want to like talk to me? In this world, like I'm a very affable guy, like I have a lot of friends. I'm successful in everywhere, but for some reason here I'm not. So it's like a huge big deal for me, for like the king, the legend. The two biggest MLs in America love me, Parenti and Eddie. So who gives a shit what the rest think, right? Like
exactly. Well, I mean, so I felt similar, and I got to be careful what I say here because I don't want to get canceled or get in a lot of trouble or offend anyone or say anything I don't mean. But I have felt similar, and I felt similar. And at first I was like, what's wrong with me? And I tried to fit in with the TikTok crowd. And people who have followed me since the beginning know that I got canceled a few times by like 16-year-olds. And then, there were like high schoolers demanding that people Venmo them for their emotional labor that it took for them to cancel me. And that's when I realized, like, okay, this is ridiculous. I don't really need to fit in, with everyone on the left, and just started going towards, doing my own thing. And, when I was a Marxist, I gravitated towards Carlos right away, which was nice. But I realized, the left or Marxist Leninists haven't been successful in the US for a long time. So, it's not that we need, everybody in America needs to fit in with, the current Marxist Leninists socially, or the current people who consider themselves leftists. Right. We need to go to those groups and make those groups reflect the masses, what the masses are actually like. And you don't have as many followers as some of the people hitting me up. And, this is, I want to work with everyone who reaches out to me. And a lot of times I'm just busy and I forget to respond. And I'm sorry to anyone I don't respond to. And I accidentally forget, I forget to respond to Andy all the time. But I do not gravitate towards people on the left or work with people based on their amount of followers. I mean, that influences it a little bit, and I'm more likely to see them if they have a lot of followers. But I more gravitate towards people who I have like a connection with, and I think, think similarly to me, or people I would hang out with socially normally. And like I said, I'll work with absolutely anyone and ally with anyone on an issue that we agree on materially and specifically, but it is nice to have like people who are into sports and stuff who I can hang out with on the left. And there are more, people like you are joining the left, or like becoming outspoken Marxist Leninists, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even know these other people who like sports who are Marxist Leninists exist.
I know you're like sports, the bizarro. I always view you as like bizarro me, because it's like all wrestling is one language and we speak dialects of it, right? Like your dialect or your family branch of wrestling has 3-4 dialects, right? Olympic, Greco, the freestyle, then there's judo, sambo, and I just remember being like, wrestler Marxist, like who is this cat? Like I'm the black-haired version, this is the blonde-haired version, like so I was stoked on that. I thought that was cool.
And it's weird. I'll answer that super chat in a sec, but it's weird because in other countries, like wrestlers are super political. There've been a ton of wrestler politicians. Alexander Karelin, the best wrestler of all time, is a politician. This is Mijan Lopez Nunez. He thanked Fidel Castro, the big boss Fidel, is what he said after he won his 4th Olympic gold medal, which is incredible in wrestling.
Based. So based.
That means he was the best wrestler in the country at heavyweight for 16 years. And this is someone on the small island of Cuba, a country who's been under an embargo. And people are like, oh, you know, he said, thanks, Fidel. That shows that Cuba is a dictatorship. They probably had a gun to his head and forced him to say that. But going back to what we were talking about earlier, think about the Cuban Revolution and what they had before the revolution, you know. Mijan Lopez Nunez probably would have been working on a plantation for a Western-owned, you know, multinational corporation. But because of the Cuban Revolution, because of Che and Fidel, and because of economic socialist construction, and because of the Soviet Union, who traded with them despite the U.S.'s murderous embargo, you know, people like Mijan Lopez Nunez were able to develop themselves athletically, mentally, and physically, and it unlocked, you know, so much talent in Cuba that had, you know, previously been subjugated to a life of poverty and a life of hard labor for Western transnational corporations. So he's just a great example of what Marxist-Leninists are like, you know, in other countries. It's you know, quote unquote normal people or athletes or whoever else. And I think just Mijan Lopez Nunez is a great example of the Cuban Revolution and the success of the Cuban Revolution.
Yeah, and 4 times, folks. It's hard enough. It's hard enough going to nationals sometimes, especially as you get older. People don't understand that. Like it's one thing to be a 19, 20-year-old, you won an Olympic or a national or something. Great, good for you. Eat up a couple injuries, get to 30, and still 16 years, long time.
Absolutely, it's incredible what he's done, and all the foreigners have. By foreigners, I mostly mean Iran, Cuba, Russia, the countries who are really good at wrestling. They have a lot of longevity. They're able to dominate the sport for years, which is really interesting. And I know in Russia, they do a lot of interesting recovery techniques as far as like saunas are big and hot cold therapy and stuff like that. But I want to I just read the name of the super chat, or the super chatter that was
Cheeky Queefs.
just gave us $5. Thank you so much for your support, Cheeky Queefs. Appreciate you for supporting our project. It says, how do you maintain discipline, especially when dealing with personal problems and existential problems? Good question. Lenin talks about, you know, how good communists, what does he say? Good communists remain optimistic. So with the existential problems, you know, kind of throwing yourself into the struggle and organizing oftentimes can help, you know, with your existential dread, help you feel better and help you feel more optimistic about the future. But obviously sometimes you can't help it. Obviously depression is a thing. And yeah, I think it's important to know when to withdraw and to know that you are a person, right? You're not a revolution robot. You're not going to be perfect all the time. And you know, some days I don't stream because I don't feel like I have the energy to put on a good stream and talk to a bunch of people about education and stuff. So I don't, because I don't feel like I'll be presenting Marxism, Leninism well, you know. So and it's good to it's good to understand your own limitations and then lean on your comrades. Like a lot of the depression and stuff we feel under capitalism is alienation. It's the loss of community. You know, the more community you have, the more you talk to cool dudes like Andy, the better you'll feel. So great question, though, and thank you for the financial support there.
And then before I tell that story,
oh yeah, sorry,
I want to chime in and say again, because yeah, thanks a lot for having me. I look forward to, you know, and I'm gonna come visit because I got some boys in Milwaukee,
yeah.
and then Unknown Creato is in Chicago, and so I'm obviously
cool.
gonna say what's up to her. But you know, and yeah, and then with, you know, keeping the existential, man, Andrew's been through it, you know. I don't know if you can tell, but you know, it's like at the end of the day though, like you're saying, the alienation, I always remind myself that like that's on purpose. It's on purpose that we're being made to feel this way, and it's a system that is constantly flipping the norm on its head, right? It's a system that's sitting there and telling you, yeah, you know, maybe one thing you do need to be accustomed to is walking past someone who's like dying and struggling. Like I lived in Oakland for a while, and it got to a point where you're like, I'm so numb to human suffering. Holy shit, this is like insane. Just have numbness to it. I have to. You have to. You can't like stop every single time. There's hundreds of people in your daily commute you see who are literally dying on the streets. Which brings me to the story that I told Eddie the first time. Is like, imagine in that, we went on TikTok Live. I get banned for, they say it's for smoking. I say it's because I said DPRK. But, the thing that kind of made me flip my perspective on DPRK, because even me, being a child of a Soviet person and having been to that country and being an ML, I still was kind of indoctrinated for a while, like in my teens and my early, like my late teens, early 20s, where Korea, that's not good. That's not good. And then being in that position where you're like surrounded by misery, you're surrounded by just death and destruction and squalor and authoritarian police state. They showed me this Vice documentary or something, right? Like, they go, look at these freaky subways in North Korea. And they go down the fluorescent lights, and you're like, oh my God, and you go down there, and then they have these weird trains that look so freaky. They look so freaky and old, and everyone's quiet on there. And I'm looking at it, and it's like, dude, all the Soviet countries, all communists use that. Like, that's the same railroad. That's the same metro, and that's the same tunnel. I've been in that tunnel, and I've gone down into the metro. And the difference is that in my country, it's full of shit and piss now, and graffitied, and it's not as nice of a station. And people use it every day. My cousin uses it. My grandpa uses it. So they're trying to Andy, you have a point. It's all framing. So what kind of blew my mind is like, they're sitting here dehumanizing DPRK because of the same exact metro. I've literally been in that metro. They're all the same. Like, they're all like all the Soviet. I don't know about Cuba if they have metros, but like the DPRK metro looks exactly like the Russian ones, exactly like the Soviet ones. And I'm like, that's your thing? That's what you're showing to me as like these people are freaks? Is that this tiny country that probably shouldn't even have a subway, like a lot of small countries don't even have subways, that they have one that's like a little bit weird or off-putting for like Westerners because it looks different? Like, what the fuck? And go ahead.
Once you know what's actually going on in the DPRK, once you have a grasp on it, the propaganda becomes so funny. Like, this is one for me that blew my mind. I had just watched Loyal Citizens of Pyongyang, and I had watched My Brothers and Sisters in the North and read The Korean War by Hugh Dean. So I had a good idea of, what life is actually like in Korea. I got a better idea of that. And then, an idea of what the U.S. had done during the Korean War and basically occupying half the peninsula and killing 20% of their population, destroying their infrastructure with bombs.
Leveling the country.
Which makes economic construction extremely difficult, but they did it anyways because of the perseverance and struggle of these people. So then I watched this after learning more about the DPRK from non-imperialist sources. I watched this imperialist source on CNN, which we can watch right now.
It's really fun. Eddie, turn up the volume. I don't think they can
turn off the volume or up the volume.
Up, yeah.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me adjust. Oops.
This is so sick. I wish they did this with like Groiper 1488 as his playing Call of Duty.
Oh shoot.
Like,
right?
Who do you want to? Yeah.
Like, ask him who he wants to kill. Okay, here we go. This should work. Okay, so you mute. Never mind. I'm gonna mute your mic here. Yeah, there you go.
You want to shoot me too?
Yes. Americans. We want to fight the sworn enemy, Americans.
What if I told you I'm an American? Do you want to shoot me too?
Yes. I remember this trip to.
Who knows if that's actually what they said? I doubt they said that they want to kill that guy.
No, based Based. Yes, you CNN reporter. Yes, we want to kill you. Based, dude. Based, red pilled, like so sick. That kid's a walking W. He's playing video games. I doubt the video game even explicitly. It's not like Call of Duty where they have like the cinematic. We're in Venezuela. The Russians are coming in. You know, the cutscenes. And yet this wonderful, beautiful child still knows. Yeah, I want to murk the CNN reporter. Folks, we love to see it, don't we?
He wasn't propagandized. He was making a class analysis. He was saying,
exactly.
you as a member of the bourgeois imperialist media trying to incite hatred amongst your people against my people. Yes.
Yes,
and
dude, based.
people think, you know, that a North Korean video game is propaganda because it comes from the government, and propaganda can only come from the government, not corporations. But even if you believe that, Call of Duty, which is privately owned, is heavily funded by the Pentagon and the military-industrial complex. So the State Department is influencing Call of Duty, just like they've been influencing Hollywood and entertainment and art in the U.S. forever, ever since capitalism's been a thing. But is this not propaganda? Kids who sit mouth agape all day shooting America's enemies? And
I don't know, Eddie, but I'm going to wrap up your commie bullshit and go watch Top Gun 2 that happens to have close ties with the U.S. Navy, and they happen to have an agreement. Do you know about that? You know about the Top Gun thing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I've been following it, and it's sad because Top Gun's kind of a cool movie, but Yeonmi Park Lies is in here. That's hilarious. We were talking about the DPRK, and this account pops up.
I kind of wish if anyone, and this is a real honest, sometimes you never know who's viewing this. If you're watching this and you have connections in Iran, Russia, or China preferably, or DPRK, I would love to go on their Tucker Carlson or their CNN and just absolutely go off and just be like, yeah, I live in the US. It's a complete shithole,
What's the show in South Korea? It's like it's something coming to see you. It's this show where they just have defectors who have been prepped or even tortured by South Korean intelligence agencies, which are a puppet of the CIA and U.S. intelligence agencies. It's like here I am coming to see you. Oops, I didn't type South Korea.
Based Andy, we love that. Keep saying based Andy, Tyler.
South Korea defector. Now on my way to meet you. Yeah, it's just literally a TV show where they have like defectors come on and say stuff like, I had to give birth to a baby on a pile of glass, and then I took one of the pieces of glass and cut my umbilical cord. And they just say things that are like physically impossible, like the most horrific stories about the DPRK, and they made it into a TV show. They commodified it and made away, are making extra money off these defectors.
It's like that, the Parenti thing where he's talking about he's like, man, and I read about these incubated babies, and I go, wait, what the fuck? That's a lot of incubated babies. And he starts looking into it, and it's like Iraq has more incubated babies per capita, than all of LA. And he goes, wait a minute, is this the premature child capital of the world? How did they rip apart these 100 incubated babies in a city that has, so, I mean, sometimes it's like, you got to just think about what they're saying and
sometimes just use logic. Yeah. Actually, this is perfect because I wanted to show this is something I had earlier. This is a rally or a demonstration in Damascus in Syria in favor of Assad. How is the government forcing everybody to be here? Does every single one of these people have a government agent with a gun to their head forcing them to be here? No. On some level, whatever you think of these leaders, are a leader like Assad, who's, his country's been embroiled in civil war and he's been fighting in that civil war or leading his faction in that civil war. This support is genuine. This support is grassroots, and you could say it's influenced by propaganda or whatever else, but they're not. There's no government agent or intelligence agency that's forcing all these people to be here. Some of the shit that the U.S. says about existing socialist countries or even just their enemies like Iran or whoever else are just physically impossible. And you just got to use a little bit of common sense.
Yeah, but they're stupid and they're cringe, and they listen to state media fake news, and I'm based and I'm red pilled and I listen to NPR and CNN. So that's the difference, Eddie, is that I'm really smart and they're not,
And
so
those NPR commentators, they just talk so intelligently, and
Yeah.
slow, and they wear beads, wooden beads, and they say, "Oh, we're really in favor of good things and intelligence, and Donald Trump really offends our sensibilities." Thank you to Miss No Personality for the $10 super sticker. Really appreciate you supporting our project.
Eddie, how many people are watching this? You
We got
do this every
85
week?
still. This is the most we've
85.
ever had consistently by far. So we've been getting way more consistent with the streams and building up a good audience now.
You do it what, like once a week or
More. We probably do it like 3 to 6 times a week. I'll probably be out of town all week next week, so I won't be able to do any. So that's why I'm doing a super long one today. But
yeah, man, cool as hell, dude. I mean, I'm super stoked I was able to come. And yeah, sometimes it's even nice to, I think people watch this stuff, or people get ripped on for like watching Hassan Piker, paying money for that, and it's like, dude, people sometimes need catharsis. They need some like weirdo on the TV or in the podcast or whatever saying what they're saying, so you don't feel absolutely fucking insane. So you're not like, am I just a crazy person who's constantly obsessed with my interactions with the state, and so shout out to everyone who's watching this and has a shitty ass job or pays fucking more than the minimum wage. More than the federal minimum wage for a gallon of fucking gas, and I think Eddie is right. I think when the death grovelers form militias, and I think when the white supremacists come out from Eastern California, and you have a ton of infighting, and you have Biden going on the Jimmy Fallon show to tell you everything's going to be fine, and this is Putler's design, this is Putler, hey, Cracker Jack, this is Putler, Cracker Jack, that you'll find some solace as you're watching your neighbors rip each other apart for like Amazon packages by knowing that you're not the only one, and that there's somebody else out here that's experiencing reality through the same lens you are, a powerful lens, which is dialectical materialism, so
absolutely. I want to say, because you've been a great guest on the show, and come back anytime, but you're free to hop out whenever you want. I can keep
how much longer are you staying on?
I have no idea. I could end at any second.
I'm with it, dude. I might stay on for like 15-20 more minutes, just unless you want to do a solo dolo thing, but I'm having a lot of fun.
Not. I just wanted to let you know that you're free to pop out whenever you want, so you don't have to.
For sure. See, I feel I feel the opposite way, where it's like I would sometimes go live with people, and I'd be like, all right, hey, like at the end of the day, you're the fan, I'm the OG, so I feel like I don't want to like be on here too long, but yeah, I eat it up, man, because I think seeing people who remind me of myself for some reason. I think people don't know what wrestling's like, dude. Wrestling's a very crazy sport. Like wrestling is such a wild sport because you're like grabbing onto a man and you're like, all right, this guy weighs as much as me. And in my sport, especially, there's lots of choking and submissions that are like strangulation based, so you're like, and you like, it's a crazy sport. You're like strangling your friends and trying to kill each other and like tapping out last minute, but it breeds this, like, it's kind of like being a Disney parent, and so when I peep another wrestler, I'm always like, even though it's a different language, and I go, oh, he's gonna go for my ankles, this dirty motherfucker, like whatever, like different rule sets, it's still like you kind of have this shared experience, right? And yeah, for me, I was like, damn, man, I remember when you were getting canceled, I was like, I don't get it. Out of all the white boys, dude, all the white boys have slurred me up in my life and treated me like shit, and when like had these experiences that were fucking absolutely negative, why are they picking the one sick based ass dude to like go after right now? Like you gotta sometimes spot when someone's on an idea that's like, okay, Prenny says this. He says, my view is not the hegemony. That's why mine matters more than yours. I'm not listening to you because I know what you're saying. Everyone says what you're saying. You're an idiot. You listen to NPR. Like, I could go turn NPR on right now and have them say the same fucking thing. I'm the endangered, like, and non-hegemonic view, right? So you should listen to me. You should put more weight into what I'm saying, because everybody knows what the fuck you think, which is Slava Ukraina, you know?
Mm-hmm. It took me a while, and I appreciate you saying all that stuff, but it took me a while to realize that liberals and even people who I had given the benefit of the doubt because they called themselves leftists or even called themselves Marxists were just weaponizing identity politics against me. And I had to realize they were never going to like me. Like, these people, you know, no matter what I said or how much I tried to fit in or how much I, you know, put limits on what I would say and, you know, didn't act like myself or didn't say what I thought in order to try and not offend anybody, like, they still tried to cancel me, right? They still freaked out and called me a racist, a bigot, and all these things. It's like, this is just imperialism weaponizing identity politics. Because of course, imperialism is going to co-opt whatever it needs to. You know, imperialism just wants to expand and exploit and accumulate, and it'll tell whatever lies it needs to. So, you know, you have imperialism and the people who spout the same ideology as imperialism who will now weaponize identity politics. You know, in 40 years ago, they would have weaponized racism, and they still will weaponize racism. But, you know, now that if wokeism is the way they can use to silence people, and cancel culture is what they need to do to silence anti-imperialist voices, of course they will. And, you know, I was kind of resistant. I don't know. I just didn't realize what was going on at first, but now it took me, you know, engaging in the struggle and learning from experience, which is a huge, you know, every Marxist says that good revolutionaries are forged in the struggle, because you learn from your experiences. You learn, you know, as good as and as important as reading is, you know, reading is mostly reading about past experiences, so you can learn from other people's experiences, but you still have to learn from your own, and you'll never learn as much from reading as you do from your own experiences, from actually engaging in the struggle. So by actually engaging in the ideological struggle against imperialism, it became very apparent to me that the ideologues of imperialism will weaponize IDPOL to try and cancel you, you know, especially, you know, me as a cis straight white man, there's all sorts of oppression and stuff that I don't face, that I don't have to deal with. But just one thing I do have to deal with right now as an anti-imperialist is people weaponizing identity politics to try and cancel me. And yeah, I've had to learn how to combat that and how to not let it piss me off. But I appreciate that it pissed you off, but don't let it bother you when the people cancel me, I guess. I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. I don't give a shit anymore.
Dude, also, I'm gonna run and grab a water real quick, but it's like, at the end of the day, when people try to like do the, you know, when they say some shit to me, like sometimes now on live, I just do schizo posting. So I close the door to this room and I pace in that hallway. And I hate it when like my followers jump on and like give it away, but I just pace in the hallway and I go, and I start rattling the door and I go, my roommate Larry is sleeping in this room. And, you know, and I just start like going off about like, he's leaving me notes about the dishes and, you know, do funny shit like that. But sometimes when people try to like talk about canceling, I go, canceling? You're talking about canceling? Like if Donald J. Trump taught you libs anything, it should be that doesn't exist. That's not a thing. The only people that they actually cancel are like Colin Kaepernick got canceled. That's someone who got canceled.
Yeah, right.
Trump didn't get canceled. Like, you know,
it gave him his platform.
Canceling is not a real thing. Canceling is a thing that they do to like POCs when they like fire you from your job, or that they do to like radicals who are talking about something they don't like. Okay?
The only way canceling became a real thing for me was when I told myself, you know, oh, I screwed up because canceling me. It's only a thing if you accept it, if you realize what it is and you kind of steer into it, you know, like if you're a media personality or a politician or whatever, like there's no real canceling. You can come back from anything, and any publicity can be good publicity for someone like that. Like you said, real canceling is Colin Kaepernick getting blackballed from his job, from being able to make money because he stood up, you know, for an issue of minority struggle against police brutality.
Fucking sick, dude. Somebody asked a damn question, so I can go grab this water real quick.
Oh, I'll play a video here. We were gonna play this earlier, but this is in response to the guy who said all communists are weak or whatever. I'm sure people saw this.
Wow, what a great product. Should be free though. I'm a lazy piece of shit. Communists are lazy. Communists are dumb. Yeah, for sure, bud. Can't hear you over the sound of my All-American trophies clacking together. But my fellow communists, who keeps telling these guys that communism is when everything's free? Stop telling them that. They're getting the wrong idea, and I keep getting tagged in these videos. Communism is when workers own and control their own labor and the value that their labor creates. And when everyone's jacked. That's communism. Let's get it done. It's a better system.
I hope you all like that. I kind of want to play it again for Andy, but it glitched out again.
Well, I heard it, and here's the thing. Eddie's right. The central part is getting jacked. Okay, all the theory, all the life experience, that's nice. But if you can, and this is an ableist take, if you're capable of getting jacked, and a lot of people are capable of getting jacked, you know, even if you have some traditional, you know. Anyways, get jacked. That's the main thing, you know. And I hate that the lighting here is like, because you guys aren't. The lighting it's washing me out, so you're not seeing the striations and you're not realizing what a hunk of man Andy is. But you know, next.
Oh, I've been photoshopping you the whole time. You look huge to everyone watching the stream right now, so you're good.
Let's go.
Sick editing. Alice says canceling is really weaponization of the social labor of separation that will always have different targets and consequences based on class. Yes, absolutely. And the bourgeoisie is always going to weaponize any kind of separation they can create within the working class. Did you see this video, Andy? Because you were talking earlier about this guy saying communists were all weak. This is a different guy?
Yeah, this is a different guy. The guy I was talking about is like this bald fucking just ghoul. And he's sitting there and he goes, I want you to imagine a communist, you know. Now, is the person you imagined strong or weak? You know, are they intelligent or are they stupid? Are they emotionally mature or are they, you know, whatever, like childish? And it's like, hey, I'm gonna stop you right there. Maybe one or two of those things are true, but not all three. You know, I might be childish, but I could definitely, absolutely demolish you on the maths. I know that for a fact. And I'm much smarter than much smarter than you too. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like this, you know. They it's the blue hair thing, right? It's like blue hair, SJW. You know, you care about people.
Which is part of the reason, you know, and those stereotypes are dumb, but it's part of the reason why I think it's a little bit good to have, you know, communists like us who are into wrestling or judo or whatever, kind of just dispel that narrative and call those people out. And that's what I do a lot on TikTok. There's a TikTok account called The Gay Boy Show. It's my buddy Darius, and he does that's mostly what his content is when people post, you know, communists are weak. He's an absolute jack dude who lifts all the time.
Oh, I know who it is.
Yeah,
I know who it is. That's
they're
like
awesome.
He posts, right?
What?
He posted a lot of that, right? It's like,
yes, that's his main content, and we're gonna do a collaboration soon. Because I want to do one of those videos, have him edit it for me. But did you respond to that guy? I kind of want to watch the video now. Did you do like a duet or a stitch?
I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna send it to you, and whatever, I'll find something to send it to you on. Let me turn this down.
That would be sick. I'll look up Darius so people can see him, or we can show people him too.
Wait, is this not messing you up that I'm not using the headphones?
No. I mean, it sounds good to me.
Oh, weird. I thought I had to use headphones. How does that?
What's that?
I thought I had to use headphones for you to.
I can still hear you right now.
Hello?
Oops. Can you hear me? No, I can't. No, I can't hear you very well.
You can't hear me very well?
No, not really.
Okay, let me read you this real quick. Hold on.
Okay. I'm gonna play one of these videos for people. So that's one of the videos I'm gonna have him do for me. I just thought that looked really cool. I'm gonna like lift weights or be wrestling or something, then have it like go red and I'll turn it into big car. I'm pumped. We can't hear you. Yeah, but you're a lot quieter. Wait, let me turn it
Oh man, I don't know what.
No, now
Yeah.
I can hear you. Sorry, I'm dumb. I
Okay,
just had to
cool.
turn my volume up.
I sent it to you on TikTok. I mean, the guy got like 30,000 views. He's like male pattern balding, that's not a problem. I'm not trying to be. Look. Here's the thing. Whenever I
Alopecia.
do that, yeah, alopecia. Whenever I'm doing that, I'm not trying to be ableist or mean. But it's like, dude, if your whole thing is that you're genetically superior to me and you're better than me and you're whatever, you better have a decent hairline. You better be able to outrun me. You know what I mean? Like that's your thing, not my thing. And you're up here
Right,
looking
if
like
you're the one saying it, you gotta back it up.
Pull this guy up. They'll see what I'm talking
I'm
about.
trying
Like,
to
what
find it.
immediately
Oh, there we go.
I DM'd it to you.
I finally got my messages open here.
But don't show the DMs or we're doing a very secret.
Oh yeah,
You know,
true. I don't want them to find our
that's-
secret plans.
Yeah.
Where we're secretly confirming everything that Seabass has accused us of
Yeah.
doing.
Uh-huh.
We've done it all in the DMs. It's just hidden.
Even though he loves me, he just hates you.
Right. Oh, yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about him. Sorry. Dang it.
All right, sorry.
Communist that you know for a minute.
All right, let me turn it up because this seems fucking hilarious.
Imagine them in your mind. Are they strong or weak, intelligent or not? I mean, think of a communist that you know for a minute. Imagine them in your mind. Are they strong or weak, intelligent or not? Wise or childish, emotional or in control? The weakest, least intelligent, most childish and emotional people are communists. Stupid at the very least, ignorant of history. Think of a communist that you know.
Okay, here's mine. Think of every weirdo that posts shit like this online that you know. Do they have jagged, nasty teeth and they look like they are an incel? Do they have comments in there where someone says Albert Einstein was a communist and they reply with, well, yeah, he was a communist, just like unreal, dude. Like a guy like this in real life it would never come up to me, would never say anything to me. I've G-checked people who are so much twice, a trillion times the human being this dude is, and he's out here putting smoke in your head.
Yeah, dude. It's funny when guys like that come on TikTok. They're like, oh, these kids are communists. I'm gonna show these kids a thing or two, tell them why communism's wrong, and then they just get torched in the comments by 13-year-olds who are a lot smarter than them. And yeah, it's like this guy distilled every just like dumbass argument about communism that like, communists are all banned kids. It's like, what about the guy who just won his 4th Olympic medal? Like the Cuban heavyweight. Like, you think that's like
what about all the Soviet people that were like fucking had you cucked? Just that's another thing too, like British. I really am a big anti-fan of England on dual fronts. Okay, I don't like them because they're imperialists who tried to destroy the Soviet Union and are still, their intelligence agencies are still, believe it or not, in former Soviet states doing freaky things. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Popular Front. You know Popular Front?
I don't know if I might have heard.
Pull Popular Front up. They're like they'll say like a base thing or two here about like PKK or something, but they're like mainly this weird like anarchist like Ted Kaczynski-ist. It's like they have Instagram. I think they have a TikTok.
Based out of the U.S. or wait, they're based.
No, they're out of the UK.
Oh, okay.
And it's it's like half the people that they have on there that are reporters, or you're like, how does this person have all this money to like hang out in these former Soviet countries all day? Like, weird. Where are they getting their funding from? But it's like 1776. Your queen's not going to tell me what to do, okay? And also, Vся власть Советам. Your queen's still not going to tell me what to do. So on both fronts, as an American and a Marxist-Leninist, please. Oh, Ukraine's hey, let's talk about this. Ukraine's anti-fascist football hooligans, right? So Eddie, correct me if I'm wrong. The anarchists are internationalists, right? That's like a big part of like right? Like that's the thing I like about Trots, for example, is they're internationalists, right?
Yep.
You're a hooligan. Okay, so you're an anti-fascist hooligan, and you named your fucking group the Hoods Clan. Hoods, what is this? Does it say Hoods? The Hoods Clan. Okay, you call them the Hoods Clan. Isn't that fucking weird? Isn't that a little suspicious? What the fuck does Hoods Clan mean? Why'd you spell it with a K? Why the fuck did you spell it with a K? You're an internationalist anti-fascist, right? So it shouldn't be a problem for you as a white boy, or not a white boy, as a Slavon or whatever the fuck, to be able to understand that might be offensive to American, and right? Like America's a huge component. Why? Why is it named that? Are you really anti-fascist? You're out here working with these, you know, I don't know, dude.
That's like bizarre. No, I think you're right. I wish it's something that I knew more about, but they didn't give a formal endorsement of the Labor Party.
No, this is this is like Popular Front, like the actual literal Popular Front.
Okay. I mean, it looks like they're just publishing. I want to see what they publish farther back, but it looks like, you know, Ukraine propaganda. And I mean, people need to be aware, like, COINTELPRO is a real thing. The CIA and the State Department, bourgeoisie, intelligence agencies, blah, 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 all the arms of imperialism infiltrated all the U.S. socialist and left-wing groups, you know, and they dismantled them from the inside. And, you know, maybe they're not doing it the exact same way anymore, but the NED, NGOs, intelligence agencies are 100%, you know, creating bots, social media bots, and infiltrating left-wing groups and posing as left-wing groups. So people act like you're a conspiracy theorist when you say, you know, this group over here is controlled by the CIA, even though they call themselves anarchists. People go, oh, you crazy tanky. Like, no, look at what they're doing. You know, why, as you said, like, why is a leftist group in Ukraine? You know, as NATO is training and arming these Ukrainian fascists, why is there a leftist group just hanging out in Ukraine?
Well, they're like, so here's the thing. They're like Ukrainian, like football hooligans or whatever, anti-fascist football hooligans. But to me, it's just like, okay, so your name is suspicious and goofy. And then like that, like, to me, that's a big, huge thing. Like, that's weird to use clan with a K. I've never heard that anywhere but in America. And you're using that. And then you're fighting with dudes where you're like, well, yeah, of course, everyone's in this fight. We just happen to be an ultra minority, and most of the guys are wearing Black Suns and, you know, like 1488 tattoos. Come on.
And if you're in the Donbass, right? And if you're in the Donbass, you're going to see Russians who have been there their whole lives, who have been getting shot at and shelled and killed since the U.S.-backed coup in Ukraine in 2014. I'm talking about Eastern Ukraine. Like, why did the Popular Front find this Ukrainian football hooligans group with clan in their name and say these are the anti-fascist warriors? What about the people fighting the fascists who are Russian, you know? And why was this Popular Front group in Ukraine pre-invasion filming, you know, pro-Ukrainian propaganda, making it look like they're anti-fascist? Is it because they knew that the West was destined for a proxy war with Russia where they were backing and arming fascists? It seems that
Ghosts
way.
of Qarabağ is a weird one. Seattle Chop is a weird one. There's like lots of weird things where you're like, like you Englishman former. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, anyways. All I'm saying is that, like, this is the world. Yeah, what's his little probably Jake Hanner. I hate Englishmen. I absolutely fucking hate Englishmen.
He worked for HBO, Vice News, Esquire, PBS, ProPublica, BBC, The Guardian, and Wired. So a bunch of organizations who sort of pose as being leftist or, you know, real journalistic organizations. We're the good organizations. We're not like Fox News, you know, unless it comes to Ukraine, when Tucker Carlson is giving better coverage than everyone at BBC, sadly.
Or you know, here was another one when they hit the, what is it fucking called, the Hooby Booby? It's like Yari Baba. Do you know what I'm talking about? In Kiev, there's a monument called Yari Baba for like Jewish, not sacrifice. How do you call that word? Jewish, like, martyrs of World War II.
Okay, like a
Russia. Yeah,
No, go
Russia
ahead.
does, and they go, Yari Baba. You want to know who the real Nazis are? The ones who attacked the statue of Yari Baba in Kiev. And I go, what? I Google. I go, man, Russians are crazy. Why are they bombing this like Jewish like World War II? I'm, what is this? I look it up, and it's like, oh well, Yari Baba is a monument to the Jewish people that got smoked by Ukrainians like Steven Bandera and Stepan Bandera and
Uh-huh.
stuff. And they're like, the Russians hit it. I Google map it. I'm like, okay, what is this thing next to? And it's next to like a TV satellite, like the biggest TV satellite. Like it's like, you know, like something that obviously they were trying to hit that. And that's within 500 meters of that thing. And they're like, oh, they missed it by 500 meters and accidentally hit the, you know, state media communications complex. And you're like, oh, these evil Russians, like, you know, they wanted to hit the monument, but they were 500 meters off and hit the state, you know, like complex for like the biggest antenna in Kiev. Like, yeah,
They're
okay,
evil
dude.
and stupid, and their military is weak. Yet they're winning.
They're evil, they're stupid, their military is weak, but they hit the biggest telecommunications, you know, a television line in all of Kiev.
And all you need to conclude from this, you know, as someone living in America, is we need to send Ukraine $52 billion more. You know, don't worry about where it ends up. Stop criticizing us for where it ends up. Nothing's ever gone wrong from the U.S. funneling, you know, money into our preferred groups. The Mujahideen and ISIS aren't real.
AR-15s are bad and stupid and literally can't beat the governments because of space rockets. But we need to send the AR-15s to Ukraine. You know, like.
Did you see there was a real think tank or real bill being proposed, or Biden's bill that was proposed said we're going to round up the guns, the AR-15s in America, and send them to Ukraine. We don't need AR-15s here.
Yeah,
but
not
let's
mine.
send them to the Nazis in Ukraine. Let's round up our own working class people's self-defense, so we can send it to violent Nazis.
So we can, you know, because it'll be good in Europe. It's good in Europe. It's not good here though. It's like, this is daddy's special medicine, and daddy has to smoke this because it makes daddy not sick anymore. But you will never, do not ever smoke this. It's daddy's special medicine, you know. Can I say something? One more thing, Eddie. I want to throw in like my 2 cents on this, and you know, like the thing that they say, dude, you're going to use an AR-15 against the government. Newsflash, they have bombs. They have tanks and bombs. You go, oh, they got tanks and bombs. Or, you know, sometimes the more nuanced take of that is you'll have an anarchist or some fucking, you know, anarcho-NATOist tell you like, oh, well, Vietnam, like they were actually very organized and blah, which is true. They weren't farmers. That's annoying when people are like, oh, a bunch of farmers. Like, they weren't really farmers. They were actually super fucking well-trained and veteran force already that had fought lots of times before that. But I will say this, like, think about this, okay? You know, and if you know, and we live in America, everyone knows someone who's a Marine or a sailor or Army guy, or knows someone who's been on a deployment, and go ask them and go think for yourself, like, okay, so a group of rebels in the US have AR-15s, right? And they're out there, they're doing their thing. Do you think it's likely that the US government's going to say, okay, well, they're trying to take control of the means of production, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bomb the means of production? Probably not, right? Like they probably like, yeah, they have bombs, they have missiles, but they're probably not going to level Cleveland, right? They're going to try and like probably not level San Francisco, right? They need that shit, right? At the end of the day, like, that argument of they have planes, they have bombs, they have tanks. Yeah, but it's a city. The cities are the hearts of production, right? You can't like really, you have to have control of a city, you know? And in that kind of a situation, yeah, AR-15s kind of fuck.
And a revolution isn't an external war. It's something that happens internally, right? So like you said, it's not the same thing as, you know, a country invades us and the U.S. can just use their sky guns or their drones. not only is it happening
Sky
in-
guns. That's what he called them. Sky
The
guns.
government has sky guns. Not only is this revolution happening internally, like you said, with U.S. infrastructure that they're likely not going to nuke, and they're not going to nuke their own citizens because that's going to inflame the revolution, force more people to say, hey, you killed my brother, I'm going to join this, revolutionary struggle. You can't just enforce that much. You can't just be a total autocrat and just start massacring your people, even though that's what Americans are convinced the DPRK is like. You have to, in some way, consolidate the support of the mass of society. So you can't just massacre people, especially in a revolutionary period. And And just one more quick point: every revolution in history, like the Russian Revolution, like the military picked sides. And some of the military picked the reactionaries, but a lot of the soldiers went with the Bolsheviks because the Bolsheviks were saying we're going to end the imperialist war, and people were tired of fighting ridiculous wars for Tsarism. That made no sense, and losing their family members and fighting and dying in senseless wars. So the military in a revolution, a lot of them side with the leftists. So who's operating the sky guns? Is the military gonna take orders from the Pentagon to start gunning down civilians? I don't know.
Yeah, and then just the sky gun thing is it's just so stupid because it's just like, dude, like, name the place in the U.S. that they're going to use the sky gun. I would like to know. I live in the Bay Area. So for me, I live in the Bay Area. There's lots of industry all around the Bay Area. There's parts of the Bay Area that have like big petroleum vats, and they have sugar plantation. I don't know, there's lots of shit in the Bay. Like, what street are they going to bomb that isn't going to hit like Facebook or like Snapchat or whatever? So, the sky gun thing, it's just like, dude, it's pure ideology. It's pure ideology being used to, and which, great guy. Did you see that beautiful, opinion piece on NATO Reaganism or whatever? He's an anarcho-NATOist now, right? Like,
I haven't read it yet. Carlos and Noah and I were talking about it.
Yeah.
The academics, you can't trust a single one of them.
Yeah, maybe Pol Pot hey, folks, maybe there is something about these people with glasses,
Let's go get the central bank and just blow it up. I think I'm going to call her a day. Andy, thank you for hanging out.
Incredible. So much fun.
Yeah, come back anytime. We do these all the time, and, I don't like streaming alone, so I appreciate you for hanging out. I probably wouldn't have gone this long without you.
Yeah, and anytime you're like lean on guests or lean on someone to stream with, shoot me a text. Maybe I'll jump on. You never know, So
you bet.
If you're ever in the desperate straits. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for everything. I'm glad you got the books. I think you're a great individual. I think you're doing really good stuff. And so, I fully support you. Let me know, and would love to, be on again.
Thank you. Ditto to everything. Thank you so much for the books. Couldn't believe it. So appreciate it. Everyone in the audience, check out Andy on TikTok. Check out Midwestern Marks everywhere if you want to.
Go right now on my TikTok. Go right now on my TikTok and tell me you want to give me mouth kisses. If you're watching this and you say Andy's the man and Andy rules, go on my TikTok right now and comment on my last video and say I want to give you mouth kisses, or on a video that has a lot of views that I won't delete.
I'm gonna go do that now. Thank you, everybody. Patreon.com/Midwestern Marks if you want to support more. Other than that, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Thanks for hanging out.